Stevil's been having some issues lately. Oh well. You are Jane Crocker again, and once again you've woken up on the moon of Prospect without any recollection of how you fell asleep. You think you were going outside to get the mail? You can't remember. The moon is presently eclipsing Skya. From your fanciful dream room atop your golden tower, you have seen many remarkable things in the clouds. Things which you cannot explain. But against all better judgment, you have a feeling that what you are fondly regarding could very well be some sort of miracle. The miracle of a new beginning. Another coffin clogger bites the dust. 2 down, 2 to go. Jane, be Jack Nor. Jane is too dead at the moment to be Jack Nor. Jack Nor just bees himself instead. Jack gets a watch. Get this shit out of the way. You're a busy bureaucrat. The clock is ticking, and time is dead kids. Jack checks time. The moment rapidly approaches. You're gonna show these alabaster sons of bitches how a Cold War is done. You can't wait to read it in their papers. The maid is dead, our life is pathetic, blah blah blah, or some such monotone drivel overheard during one of their pointless, weepy cadaver parades. There will be no mistaking it this time. No servant will discover the body and inform the queen that Prospect's remaining hero passed in her sleep, peacefully and mysteriously. When the clock strikes 12, no one in this wretched kingdom will have any doubt who's calling the shots here. You're gonna bring the whole goddamn ball down. Jack contacts Droll. You touch base with your administration's top powder monkey, none other than the Dursite bumbler extraordinaire, the courtyard Droll. You ask if he's done rigging the tower to blow. He says you bet. You say good, over. But he mutters something over the radio you don't quite catch. You say, what is it? He says, oh, nothing, boss. You say, out with it. He asks, isn't this cheating? Assassinating the heroes like this before the war's even really begun? You say, hey, what do you care? Just follow your orders. He says, oh, of course, no question. He just thought it was against the rules or something. You say it's all fair game now that the kingdom's under new management. The new boss ain't opposed to taking some shrewd tactical shortcuts. You like the cut of her jib. He says he supposes he can't complain. Her policy towards elaborate hats seemed to be as lenient as the old queen's. You say you'll shut up about the hats. He says it's probably because she wears the most grand and luxurious fluffy hat he's ever seen. You say you don't think that's a hat. You think it's something called hair. He says, oh. You say, hey, now quit all that yapping and following your damn orders. He says, okay, but it still just feels wrong. You say, what does? He says he doesn't know. Just something about feeding that poor sleeping boy all those deadly peanuts just felt wrong. You say you don't care if it felt like Fucking full body massage. Just get those bombs ready to blow. Over and out. Wait, fed him what? He says the intelligence report he had said the kid wouldn't take well to peanuts, so he snuck in there with a whole bag of them. You know, like the kind from circuses. He says he ate most of them because they were delicious, and as far as he knows, aren't poisonous to most anyone else. But he did save a few to get the job done, because he is a professional who always carries out his orders. It's not easy feeding a sleepy boy some peanuts, he says. He says he had to work extra hard to put them in his mouth and then use his hands to make his mouth chew up the nuts. But mission accomplished nonetheless. He tells you, you should be pleased to know those nuts were super deadly. But to be fair, he doesn't know if he died from the poison or just choked on a bunch of barely chewed peanut bits. You know what else is super deadly, you say? Knives. Sharp, deadly knives you stick in people's soft torsos to make them bleed until they die. He doesn't have anything to say to that. Jack wraps this up. You say forget it. What's done is done. The Prohibition heroes are dead, and that's all that matters. Just be ready to detonate at the appointed time. He says Rogers heard that, but wonders if there are any more orders after that. He asks what about the other two? The ones on our moon, and most importantly, is there any particular snack that is poisonous to them? You say forget about those two. They're much trickier to deal with. You've got the dignitary working on it now. You'll get a report from him soon when you return. You wouldn't have even bothered leaving in the first place, but you wanted to make the trip personally and stick it to all these self-righteous, sky-evading goody two-shoes yourself. Hang on, something's happening here. You gotta go. Jack inspects a torso. This can't be good. You better hit the road and blow this joint before the dead abroad is some sorta lifey thing. Jack hits the road and blows this joint. The ball drops. Bounce. Boing, boing, boing. Boing. Act 6, Act 2. Jane wakes up. What the heck just happened? Now you remember. The mailbox was booby-trapped. But you survived somehow and got knocked out. How'd you get all the way over here? Dad seems just as dumbfounded as you are, and more than a little distraught. Did Lil Seb whisk you away in the nick of time? Can that little bunny really move that fast? Where is he? Ooh. You suppose you should let Dad know you're okay, but it's been so long since you've enjoyed such a massive prankster's gambit in exchange with the old man. It's hard not to bask in it, if only for a few seconds. Jane turns around. Oh, it's the God Cat again. You guess that explains it. Just look at that little aloof bastard. He doesn't give a shit about anything, does he? You guess you should feel grateful toward him for saving your life. But you know he's just as likely to rescue you from an explosion as he is to randomly teleport you across town, forcing you to call your dad and ask for a ride home, while you spend all day standing in some random field in the pouring rain while you 8 hours for your dad to come and pick you up after he gets lost because he plugged the wrong place into Google Maps. Jane calls Godcat down from the tree. Even if you were inclined to do that, he wouldn't respond to that name. You're pretty sure he doesn't have a name. You and your friends just call him the Godcat for lack of anything else to call him. Everybody has opinions, but nobody can agree on a good name. You think he probably doesn't want a name. He's just a feisty stray who likes to meddle with your life and vanish for a few weeks at a time. Uh-oh, looks like the jig is up. Yet again. Is the jig ever anywhere but up? That's what you want to know. You feel bad about leaving him in suspense for even a moment. Your gambit gets totally rocked by a guilty conscience. He tells you to go inside this instant. Jane returns to her room. Thump. You get inside this instant and march back up to your bedroom. Dad didn't say it as much, but it's a safe bet you're now perma-grounded for life. You hear a loud thump just outside your door. That's a fun little reference. Jane contacts her BFFC. As long as you just got done paying the piper, you might as well get busy eating all this goddamn crow. Oh, so much of the stuff has gathered on your plate. She appears to be online now. It looks like she sent you the hacked file while you were away. Hey, ahem. Roll out? Upos, sorry, was having important chats. Oh, with whom? We had another ineligible fucking bachelor. Who else I have to talk to? Yeah, which one precisely? Insufferable frigger extraordinaire? Oh wow, extra dinner. Yum. If the chats and surplus dinners were truly important, I wouldn't want to interrupt. Shh. Of course not, just the usual BS. Chats with you always get precedence anyways, unless this is more of you giving me shit about not believing me on all my sick true facts. Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I see. Go on. You see, I was just the target of another assassination attempt. Fuck. Two, in fact. One here in the real world, as I attempted to retrieve the mail. Luckily, it was thwarted by a certain cat who shall remain nameless. Oh man. God cat. BVF. Good. BFF. No wait. God was right. Fuck it. Most villains are true. But in the process of being rescued from the explosion, I was knocked unconscious. And in my dream, there was another assassination attempt. This one, I believe, was successful. Uh-oh. I'm becoming convinced that our dream selves are being picked off by violent hooligans. Shit, hooligans? Yes. But I think you mean Batterwitch thugs. Perhaps. The one who accosted me was a knife-wielding lunatic, and it's responsible to deduce the same forces were responsible for Jake's death on Prospect as well. It looks like we're in the clutches of an actual caper, a real-life mystery, which under different circumstances would be quite exciting, but the truth is I think we're all in great danger. Well, fuck, I guess it's time to take this shit up to red alert. To where it's been for ever, Jane. Yeah. But that wasn't all there was to the dream. Shortly before I was stabbed, I had a rather long gander at Skya. A gander, you say? Yes. How good a gander? I'd probably say a pretty substantial gander. Okay. And during this totally massive gander you snagged, what'd you see? I saw things in the clouds. Things? Yes, things. What things? Things happening in the future, I think. Many events pertaining to us, all of us, and other people I didn't recognize. It was a bit overwhelming. It made me feel small, insignificant relative to whatever it is we're about to involve ourselves with. And honestly, it made me feel pretty foolish too. Foolish? Why foolish? I began to wonder why I ever had the audacity to think I knew much of anything about the world we live in, or the journey we're about to take, or to think I could ever rule anything out. I have a feeling that whatever I saw, it means you've been telling the truth all along about everything, and I'm starting to feel like a complete idiot for doubting you. Oh man. I've been one great big horse's caboose. I think you're owed an apology. Do you think you can forgive me? Jane, damn, you're making me feel like shit here. Why? No reason, just that... Hey, did you TL the game file I sent yet? I did. And at this point, I guess I have no choice but to use it. I guess you're a step ahead of me yet again. Why? Because the one in the mail detonated in my most recent assassination attempt. What? Oh, fuck those hacks. The old exploding game trick. Whoa. Who would stoop to such lowbrow shenanigans like that? So many sweet typos. That which just makes me fucking furious sometimes. The tactic was quite underhanded, yes. Yeah. So, what were we talking about again? Sorry, I'm just worked up over it. I don't blame you. Well, we were, by my estimation, was a place wherein I was about to awkwardly attempt to swallow a helping of humble pie to somehow make it up for my years of stubborn mistrust. Hey Jane, wasn't that a bunch of split infinitives? Split. To awkwardly attempt or somehow make it up. Oh. Little so busted. Oh gosh, what a doofus. You see, I clearly don't have all the answers. I really had some nerve challenging done on practically any subject. Don't beat yourself up too bad. We both know that rule is bullshit anyway. You hold yourself to too high a standard, and those standards kind of leak out and start getting applied to other people, I guess, sometimes. You really don't have to apologize, Janie, or eat humble hip or anything at all. All you gotta do is maybe not be such a tight ass all the time. That's fair, but I'd still like to make a gesture, even if it is one partially motivated by self-interest, seeing as I clearly have much to learn. I'd like to give you a free pass for a day. It is good for 24 solid hours of absolute credulity from your best friend. Okay, wait. Hayden, for you to say what the fuck you're exactly talking about. You mean starting now, whatever you tell me, I'll have to believe you, I promise. Oh, really? Yes. Ooh. Are you there? Bro? Shh. This is dramatic pause. Calm your tits. Exactly how dramatic are we talking here? Shall I go retrieve a magazine? Really? Ugh. Okay, then what do you want me to say for you to believe in? Everything, I guess. I'd like to get completely up to speed if possible. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I already said everything. Want me to just say it all again? Some reiteration certainly wouldn't work. Certainly couldn't hurt. But this time I won't work so hard to sift the fantastical from the plausible. So like stuff I said about my mom, or sure. Okay, well, for starters, she really is the notable author, you know. Oh, I know that. That was always something I had no trouble believing, considering the public documentation even reclusive celebrities receive. And frankly, the family resemblance is obvious. Yep. Anyway, it would be disingenuous if I found your relation far-fetched, since we're all apparently related to noteworthy people. It's just one of those funny things. True that. Then, what else can I talk about? Like her occult magics and stuff? Because I don't know a whole lot about the magics. Besides the fact that they're all real as shit can get. Maybe we should start at the very beginning. Okay, but the beginning was a heck of a long time ago. Do you remember around when we first started talking? Yeah? And you claimed you were the one making my pumpkins disappear? Yeah. You later proceeded to try to prove to me that what you were saying was true, but none of your attempts thereafter would bear any fruit other than the fun. Okay, but it ain't pardoned because a pumpkin ain't even a fruit. It's a big orange porch thing for Halloween donuts. Yes, I know what pumpkins are. It was a joke, silly. What I'm trying to say is, in thinking back to those days, when you couldn't verify your claims, it made me think the whole thing was a big ruse. And I think this unfortunately began a pattern of mistrust. I was always hard to rule out the possibility that you could be joking about other things as well. Yeah, but it's not my fault. I mean, the purification tech is notoriously unreliable. Remember I explained this. I can't just always purify stuff from you anytime I want. I can only take stuff I'm allowed to, which is pretty much random. Like stuff that if I take in, I'd be messing up the timeline because the stuff is supposed to be there and serve some function it hasn't served yet. So most of my time, even if I try, all I get is slime on my end. But pumpkins for some reason are a little easier to take. I don't know why. Like they're specifically and arbitrarily unhinged from space-time. Is spooko key. I couldn't begin to explain the science behind such a technology either, but I guess the important thing is, regardless of how or why it works, this is a story you continue to stand by? That is, are you still taking credit for the mysterious disappearance of all those pumpkins I grew years ago? Yeah. I so gonked your guards, Jane. Did you... Who, ganked them when my gourd was down? Yes. Yes, I did exactly that. Snatched your patch, sucker. Very well, then I believe that is what happened. That's all I'm trying to say here. So, okay, you believe that. Now what? Now, nothing really. You may continue to tell me anything you would like with the confidence that I won't doubt you. So by any means, go ahead. Okay, got it. So Jane, what's it feel like to be stabbed by a bad guy? Oh, come on. Huh? That's a question. Yeah, so? It's not any sort of revelation or statement for me to take at face value, Dad Burnett. This isn't that difficult, and for the record, it's not great. What's not? Getting stabbed by a bad guy, it isn't all that peachy. Yeah, I bet. Must have sucked. Or dream sucked, I don't know. So you're not in the mood to tell me things? No, I am. I'm psyched about you wanting to believe me and all. But part of me still feels like I should prove it. Like I tried to once. It was just frustrating. I mean, I'm a scientist. I should be able to prove my shit. Like, subject my claims to the fucking madrigogs. Madrigogs? Madburgers. You know what I mean? Yeah, I understand. I mean, trust between friends is sweet and everything, but I don't know if I want to be the recipient of like a buttload of pity believings. It's not about pity. It's more like a gesture I'm trying to make, or maybe that's not quite right. It's more to do with setting things right for myself than making it up to you. Does that make sense? Shoot, I'm doing such a terrible job explaining this. Patiently sips beverage. The bottom line is, I want to believe the things you say now. That's all you need to know. Okay, that's good. I want that too, but I still want to prove it irregardlessly. Shudders uncontrollably at word usage. Whoops, sorry. Still want to prove it irregardlessly. All folks, tight as fuck. So you down for one last try? Sure. Okay, let's get busy. What do you want me to disappearify? What do you want to see me disappearify? Jane looks around. I don't know, the baking chest maybe? Too big, I got size restrictions here. Bigger stuff takes huge amounts of power to swipe. So this gizmo I have has a built-in size cap. Like something as big as you, for instance. I can't take... Believe me, I've tried. Aw, that's sweet of you, I guess. It was totes sweet of me to try and steal you for hangouts, but it didn't work because of bullshit. But I can take stuff somewhat smaller. What are the restrictions? Just dump your shit on the floor. Tell me everything that's there. Jane empties the Sildex. Well, what immediately catches my attention is this enormous book. I wonder how it squares with your size restriction. What book? My unabridged Sassacres. It's a very rare edition and a precious family heirloom, so I don't know if it would make an ideal candidate for the journey. No, are you kidding? That shit is perfect. It would be just the right size, like big, but just vertically not too big. But what if it gets damaged? Psh, it'll be set fire. Oh, silly me, what was I even worried about? Man, sent fine. That wasn't even a Freudian slip. Dr. Freud just tripped over an errant phallus, tumbled down a flight of stairs, and broke his neck. And then his cigar exploded comically in his face. Jane, you're funny. Let me go, still lolling at that word boner I made, OMG. It was spectacular. But for real, I won't set your fucking joke book on fire, Jane. It doesn't even do that, even if it goes the worst kinds of wrong. Couldn't we send Wise Guy instead? At least it can be easily replaced. Jane? Jane? Fuck Wise Guy. It'll be so lame. Lame as a guinea pig book. God damn, who am I kidding? I don't even know how to spell guinea pig while sober. Could be sober as a church Christ, and look at it, and how she looks intrinsically fucked typographically speaking. So fuck that work, fuck those particular figs. No, I reject your proposal that we fuck Wise Guy, whatever that actually means. Or for that matter, the spelling of any adorable rodents named after African nations. Jane, are you being a tight ass again? I don't think so. We talked about this. About what? About you being a tight ass. I'm not being a tight ass. Janie, it seems to me that there is a mass % chance of you being a huge tight ass. Are you being a huge tight ass on me, Jane? Oh, god damn it. Take the book. What do I care? Yes, that's the spirit. Now you're believing with petrol. I fail to see what offering up a priceless book for your wildly capricious science experiment has to do with my resolution to be less stingy with my beliefs, but alright. Will you relax about the book? I'm only teasing because there's like practically 100% chance this won't work like always. Won't work like always. So, ready? Yes, let's just get on with it. And she verifies. It worked! The book is gone! Oh no, shit! What is it? Shit. Did you receive the book? Shit! Don't tell me, the book is damaged somehow, isn't it? Fuck! Is it at least somewhat intact, or was it completely incinerated in transit? I just knew we should have used this guy. I can't believe this. Don't worry, the book itself is toast fine. Oh, then what's the problem? I'm so stupid. Will you tell me what happened? Gotta go, Viva. We'll talk about important stuff later. Ceased bothering, began bothering, ceased bothering. Please, Jane, thank you for believing me. Ceased bothering, began bothering. Oh shit, one last thing, Jane. Do not run the file I sent you before I get back. I need to, just don't without me, okay? Ceased bothering, began bothering. Fuck. Ceased bothering. I wonder what her deal was. It's always something with her. You again notice her game file beckoning you to play, but she warned you not to until she got back. Phooey. Oh hey, you just noticed your slightly abridged edition of Sassacres over there on the floor. Yes, you could have sent the much less valuable copy and saved a lot of arguing, but what's done is done. There's more reading material sprinkled about, too. You've clearly got some time to kill before your BFFC gets back from her emergency. Might as well do some casual reading. There's nothing casual about hoisting even an abridged Sassacre up on your lap. So forget that. There's always Game Girl. The articles are all a bit vapid and interviews somewhat demeaning to female gamers and women in general. You and Rolal are convinced the whole thing was just written by the same odious D-bags who write Game Bro, which is exactly what makes it good for the LULs. Her words. Speaking of bros in the games they play, Jane reads Pony Pals. You read this a million times already. It's one of your favorite gifts. Another gander at it sure couldn't hurt. Jane examines the contents. Amazing chapter titles, potentially. The table of contents for greatest book ever written. But hidden court shout out this nightmare instead. A visitor. Screaming ponies. Motherfuck. Danger. Flames. Missing. The fight. Blood in the snow. Holy shit. Homeless. 3 ideas. Acorn's shadow. A pony broods. The final freakout. Appendix A. Official body count. Horseshoes. Whatever. Jane flips to page 1. Tragic pony noose. Anna Harley. Dumb name. Sounds like product of speech impediment by imbecile. Aww. Rude. Almost a good name for you. Not sure why. Oh. I get the joke there. I also get the joke here, and that's rude. Anna Harley came out her back door and ran across the backyard. There were 2 ponies in the paddock behind Anna's house and yard. Hey ponies, Anna called out. We're going for a trail ride. As she prepared the noose adroitly. Anna's pony, Acorn, was standing in the pony shed. The other pony, Lil Sebastian, belonged to Anna's next-door neighbor and pony pal, the city of Pawnee, Indiana. Lil Seb came over to Anna, but Acorn stayed in the shed. Anna thought that Acorn was trying to hide from her. He likes to play I'm scared shitless of my master. Jane turns the page. And handwriting. This is easier. Anna went to the shed. Acorn wasn't fucking around. He was staring at a fluffy black cat with white paws, taking a dump on his favorite saddle. The cat was staring back at Acorn. Shouldn't like tomorrow wasn't a thing. Hey, kitty, said Anna. What are you doing here? She asked, the act of defecation oddly foreign to the girl. Pawnee came to the shed behind Anna. Whose cat is that? The rural township inquired. I don't know, answered Anna. It's not a pony. So who seriously gives a fuck? Suddenly a mouse ran from behind the feed bin. The contrived incident caused some extra shit to happen. Acorn was like, oh hell no. Not the fuck was my paddock, bitch. Acorn nickered as if to say, vile slur is omitted. The cat leaped back up on the straw and curled himself into the poo of all. Acorn took a few steps towards the cat and crushed it to death with his magnificent hooves. Acorn nickered triumphantly. That's so cute, murmured the fictional Miss Western Burrow. Pam Crandall rode another goddamned pony up to the shed. She said hi to her pony pals, and the whole crew beamed complacently about their bullshit horse club. Anna pointed at the cat. Acorn has a new kind of meat he appears to tolerate. She exploded. Later, about halfway through the book, rather than see the gag through to the bitter end, Strider began pasting over entire pages of original text with his own completely rewritten version of the story, while keeping all the chapter titles. His revision is a tough, emotionally draining read, but it's cathartic in all the worst ways possible. He tends to get carried away with his projects. Jane just checks out the file already. She tries to distract herself with Strider's literature, but it's no use. Her curiosity is overwhelming. Lalone could be gone for hours for all you know. Surely there couldn't be any harm in installing the file, could there? That's an odd extension for a file. You don't think you've ever seen it before. Jane installs the Spurb client. It doesn't even seem to install anything. It just runs a small application when you execute it. Looks like you're one key press away from playing. Do you dare? Jane presses enter. Psst. Hey Jane, step away from your computer. Computer. 3. What? Sweet catch. God, you wish stuff would stop exploding. Jane answers these dry. Huh. Huh. I should probably warn you. About what? Yet another exploding game trap? Well shit, she already sent it? Yes, but to be fair, she warned me not to run it. That's weird. Why? She was probably just trying to protect me from the Batter Witch's latest assassination attempt. Sheesh, I can't believe y'all finally got me saying Batter Witch too. Who would have thought? No, it's weird because Lalonde was the one who rigged it to explode. It's a bogus copy she coded herself. The real game file she downloaded is totally legit. What, really? Got it here myself, checked it out. File's fucking clean as a whistle. A whistle that overcame major substance abuse problem, trying to get its life back on track. The whistle is holding down a steady job now. It's taking things one day at a time. Eat a fucking dinner off that whistle. Okay. Okay, I'll shut up. Why would she do that? To accomplish exactly what it sounds like got accomplished. You narrowly averting the fake threat to your life, then getting your head all hot and bothered at the Baroness over it. Then you advocate your heir's throne or something and give up this game as a big fuck you to the genocidal cake alien. But if she felt so strongly that I shouldn't play, she could have told me. Or told me more forcefully, I guess. I would have listened, maybe. She's working through some problems right now. Really doesn't want us to play that game. So I guess this was the insane stunt she whipped up to derail the inevitable. Kind of reckless for my tastes. One of the above statements is a fucking lie. Are you gutsy enough a gumshoe to spot it? Maybe she was justified in taking such an extreme measure. I sure hadn't been taking her seriously. She even wanted me not to play it until she got back, but I went ahead anyway because I was too impatient. Actually, now that I think of it, she was probably going to disarm it or such when she got back, seeing as her objective had essentially been accomplished already by an actual assassination attempt. After that, I told her I'd believe her about everything. I probably made her feel guilty about setting me up, so she told me not to touch the file until she returned. Sounds about right. Then I went ahead and ran it anyway like a doofus. I think she just wanted to be believed. Shucks. Am I an awful friend? Nope. I'm not so sure about that. Well, before you go taking a massive sad crap all over your friendship credentials, consider this. Only she could manage to blow up your computer with a nasty Deathloop virus and somehow make you be the one to feel shitty about it. You're right. Or maybe you're the one who uniquely fills the predicate in that construction. I don't know. Your friendship with her is a half-drunken, three-legged relay race, and the baton is a stick of dynamite. And you're the only ones on the track. Me and English are watching from under the bleachers, high-fiving constantly. I guess that's a pretty apt metaphor, even though it doesn't make the slightest bit of sense. Yes. I just wanted to start playing the game so badly. Now more than ever, I have reason to believe the stakes have increased dramatically. They have, and they'll continue to. I think our dream car and our parts are all marked for death, and if we are to stand a chance, we must move quickly. I agree. Just heard about your assassination on Prospect. Oh, she told you already? Who? RL? No. I read it in a newspaper. Are you being ironic again? No, I just picked up one of the sleazy Ursite tabloid rags. Sometimes they'll feature some pretty entertaining gossip about royalty or whatever, but they're primarily dedicated to smearing Prospect. The press have a field day with the deaths of the page and maid. Dursite? You mean the other planet? The evil one? Durs, yeah. Not evil necessarily, that's a bit simplistic. The kingdom represents the forces of opposition to Prospect and the four heroes, us. What did the story say about me? Dead. It was the big-ass headline. There was a photo of your dead body lying there, also followed by a lot of bullshit slander. It was also reported your tower got exploded. They couldn't find a body to give it a proper funeral, probably incinerated. I didn't realize you had woken up in the game already. When did that happen? Dunno, years ago? Don't really recall. I guess I shouldn't act surprised you didn't tell me. What with all your highfalutin secrecy? It's hard to explain. I was never technically asleep there. I was awake without realizing it. Then I realized, and I sort of learned how to be awake there while awake here too. I'm awake there now, albeit pretending to be asleep. Pretending? Why? For one thing, it's a bit distracting managing to alert bodies in different places at the same time. For another thing, it's better to maintain appearances. Everyone on Durst believes their heroes haven't woken yet. Though they're both rumored to be very active sleepwalkers. Which is half true. She can't ever seem to sleep still. Goes off wandering for days. Sometimes I've got to round her up from some godforsaken cranny of the abyss. Drag her tipsy ass home, tuck her back in. Maybe I'll chain her leg to the bed if she doesn't wake up soon. Though in light of the recent assassinations, her slumbering attraction to the void probably works to her advantage. No one ever knows where she is. I'm still not sure I'm following. Why are you maintaining the appearance of being asleep? On Prospect, it seems as if the people there regarded me and Jake very highly, like celebrated figures. Is it not the same way on Durst? No, it's essentially the same situation here. They glorify us the same way, almost like we're the purple pajama team mascots. Even though they'll completely oppose our objective when all is said and done. Kind of ridiculous, really. But even so, I think it's better to lay low and not alert anyone to my alertness. That way I can sneak around and gather information, do some reconnaissance before shit starts getting real. In other words, read newspapers, get a feel for the word on the street and such, as might a detective. Yeah, among other things, like keep an eye on agent activity. You mean secret agents? No, more like high-ranking officials, judging from your knife wound, and you were the victim of the Archagent himself. You should feel honored, I guess. Who's that? A guy named Nor. Real nasty dude, crazy ambitious, loves knives. If we're gonna stand any chance of winning this thing, I've got this nagging suspicion we're gonna have to take him down first. And a feeling that nags equally is it ain't gonna be easy. I guess I should find all that ominous. But I cannot lie, sir. Nothing you have said has made me one iota less excited to begin this adventure. Those dastardly agents can try to assassinate me all they like. I just want to get started. That's the most awesome way to be, Jane. And it is again why you'll be our leader, sort of. Right. Still fixing to pull the strings for us, per your extensive puppet metaphor? Pulling them as we speak. I'm having Lil Seb install a real copy of the client on another computer in your house. A clean computer, not any of this BC core garbage you tend to accumulate. I'll have to insist from this point onward you employ neutral devices. That shit fucks with your head. Alrighty, I think I can make that concession. Once it's installed, I'll connect with you. I'll be your server player. I know this isn't what you were hoping for, but some improvisation is in order. While you get the ball rolling, I'll try to talk some sense into that mercurial booze hound. Sounds like a plan. I do hope she comes around. It would be a bummer to play without her. She will. Say, do I have any machines that survived the explosion besides this one? Do you even have any machines that don't inundate you with fucking hamburger helper ads and Guy Fieri's heinous propaganda? I guess not. Still, some nice things were surely destroyed. I think Detective Pony was caught in the blast. It's unlikely Acorn survived. A fitting end to a life of moral compromise. So since I'm apparently out of neutral devices, which computer is Seb installing the file on? Your dad's computer downstairs, one in the study. Gotcha. My poor dad. He surely heard the explosion. I've put him through so much today. Oh no. What? I just had a dreadful thought. The kitchen is just below my room. What if he had begun baking this afternoon cake when my computer exploded? I wouldn't worry about it. Maybe I should go look, though I'm a little afraid to. I think it'll take a lot more to kill that dude than a little fucking debris, trust me. I hope so. The Crockers have something of a legacy when it comes to losing forebears in mysterious explosions. I'd be so sad if I kept the tradition alive like this. The most you have to worry about is getting grounded back to the Stone Age. When you enter the session, he'll probably lock you in a prison cell on Durst. Probably stick a huge safe in front of the bars for good measure. Now do me a favor and hop out of the couch. Okay, what are you doing? Making room for something big? DS deploys. You watch Dice try to deploy some sort of mammoth instrument on your balcony. It's just as well he took over for Olo. She probably would have destroyed half your house with that thing in her condition. But on the bright side, you're sure Elle would have enjoyed a good nicker with you over the notion of DS deploying his mammoth instrument. You wonder what she could possibly be up to. While you're at it, you also wonder what the deal is with this cagey treatment of their names. Dice Drive, Rolal, DS, RL, Strider, Lalonde. It's all starting to get a bit silly. Each of their full names has 11 characters, and you've been dancing around all but 2. Maybe it's time you were formally introduced to the last of these 2 characters. One of the last 2 stands in her bedroom. It is a young lady. Due to an incident involving a purifier, an unabridged Colonel Sassacres, and a perfectly white cat, she'll not be able to assist her BFFC for some time, and due to the aggressive concurrence of all that takes place in Paradox Face, the incident has not happened yet. But what has happened yet was this young lady's 13th birthday. It took place almost 3 years ago, and on that date, her plaquenum was engraved. It was engraved with 11 letters, to be precise, 9 of which you are already familiar with. You figure it couldn't hurt to take a peek at the engraving. You've been dying to get the scoop on those last 2 mysterious characters. Examine plaquenum. Hey, get that damn cat out of the way. Cat, move tail. Thank you, the cat who is probably Jasper's. The final 2 chromosomic symbols have been released from their fluffy, twitching prison. Examine the room. Your name is Roxy. God damn, do you love wizards. You wish and hope they're real, and that's too is their magics and stuff. You enjoy writing fan prose for said magical men, but you think maybe it's not so great. You are, however, quite great at the esoteric sciences, such as ectobiology, dark phenestrology, and the delicate art of purification. You've tended to accrue dead preserved specimens from your experiments, little to none of which aren't feline. You aren't one to shy away from a bit of gaming, particularly the sort well past its prime. And you have a real soft spot for old school technology. It's fair to say most of your leanings are covered by bent for nostalgia. Your coding head is totes for dick, basically making you the hottest shit hacker bitch you ever knew. As deadly to the grid as she is beautiful. You're known to non-seldomly employ a roguish demeanor towards the fellas, a habit not especially jeopardized by your non-infrequent inebriation. Which is to say, against the better judgment of one your age, you like to dip into the sauce now and then, unless your mom is looking, which happens to be virtually never, and considering she's been known by the knowledgeable to be in possession of vision omnifold, this strikes you as particularly stunning lapse in her parental diligence. But you have good friends and many distractions to fill this void in your life. What'll you do? Roxy, wail like an alley cat and blow bubbles in your drink. Roxy is not empowered to resurrect this crusty old gag template because all of a sudden, she's too busy being the other guy. You've absolutely got to peep the last 2 letters of this Max Shildude's name on the double fucking double. Examine placronym. Hey, clear out that stupid pony. What is this, some sort of miniature paddock? Pony, wake up! Thanks, Pony, who's presumably a tiny maple hoof for some reason. The final 2 diluvial syllables have been unearthed from the countless crushing ounces of a slumbering pony. Examine the room. Your name is Dork. Holy shit, do you love puppets? You possess extreme dexterity to operate. You possess the extreme dexterity to operate your false friends unseen. That is, when they are not preambulatory through your lovingly imbued mechanization. You dig writing cognitive algorithms for sad, apocryphal men, and you think maybe that's fucking dope. Guess what else is dope? Everything else you do. You're a hick-wick at auto-hidact of ancient civilizations, a self-made master of mythologue, and a preternatural pop culture academy. Academe. Academy? If you weren't so damn aloof and actually let people get a load, you might be described all kinds of ways. Maybe tagged as Renaissance ninja, philosopher prince, and flash step puppeteer. Or perhaps a pantheonic ironicist, gangsta logician, lucid waker, and Dursite spy. Screw descriptors, though. As if the shits you give ain't nil. You're cool with dabbling in fine sequential arts, and your work could be viewed by some as borderline pornographic. And to those Philistines you'll be heard wondering, what the fuck do you mean borderline? Against the better judgment of one your age, you build robots, set them to kill mode, and spar with them to death. That is, when you're not centificating them to friends or dueling them with rap lyrics. But you try to cool it on the deathmatch stuff when your boy was looking, which is virtually never. And considering he's had a reputation staked on some order of martial nobility, this strikes you as a staggering oversight and brotherly vigilance. You don't have the heart to hold it against him, though. What'll you do? Jet your ass and twitch like a proboscis. There's no way in hell you were going to give this gag the time of day, even if you weren't suddenly totally lambasted by the character select screen again from way out of left field inside your glasses. Once again, you were grabbing the plush of the rump. You're in absolute command of your destiny, as long as you don't pick the two characters who are grayed out, which is a universally understood UI convention for non-clickability. Also, as long as both other available choices are finished being drawn, we are passing out free will like cheap cigars. Okay, 1 second. Let's see some more of Dork. You're now Dork. What the hell was going on here again? That's right, you were lodged in the vulvous cleft of Paradox Face's huge foam ass, and we were hoping to trouble you for a bit of context. Something to set at our watches too, if you'd be so kind. Perhaps your excessive actions will oblige us? Haha, just kidding, young bro. We know you don't give a shit. Go ahead and do whatever feels right. Dork goes and gets his sword. He retrieves his unbreakable katana, a real hard sword for a real hard dude. It was said to be forged by an ancient otaku master over the heat of a roaring manga fire. It was cooled in the enchanted spring where virgin horses nicker and bathe, and was said it could be used only by one whose 20 anime shades were deemed sweet enough, and whose hair existed in a perpetually sculpted state of looking completely fucking stupid. All of these things were said by you. Huh. You like to juggle around a few different allocations on your portfolio besides blade kind, mostly ironically. You take a certain amount of pride in being able to beat practically anyone's ass down with a puppet, a martial discipline for which there is a startling variety in techniques. Fancy Santa kind is a straight-up shits and giggles specialist, though. Nobody's sure quite how to extract damage from a foe using an extremely elaborate Santa figurine. But if anyone can figure it out, it's probably you. Neat. Dave, give Lil Cal a nervous fist bump. Nervous? That's absurd. There's no reason to be nervous around Cal. Lil Cal's the shit. Whoa. He's been around as long as you can remember. You were practically raised by that puppet. He was a much better guardian to you than that Hollywood superstar brother of yours ever was. He's such a good listener. You share with him all your most private thoughts and hopes and dreams, and sometimes you snuggle up with him for a nice nap. Anyway, bottom line is puppets are awesome, and that's all there really is to say on the matter. Dirk, admire a fancy Santa. Look at this pompous little asshole. What a god-awful piece of shit that thing is. You aren't even sure why you keep these things around. The miasma of tackiness that surrounds them is almost enough to outstrip their irony value. Almost. Dirk, greet the robotic friend. You say, yo, what's up? Up to this dude over here, and exchange a unique series of handshakes and fist bumps. His name is Square Wave. You built him to have rap-offs with now and then. He's an enthusiastic rapper and gives it his all whenever you duel. But he's pretty easy to destroy. You never lost a match against him. You only built one other robot besides him. His name is Sawtooth. You designed him to be unbeatable in a rap-off, and he is. You've never won a match against him. You hope to one day, but you're not going to hold your breath. His flow is just that insane. You keep one of his spare heads over there on your desk, but otherwise you don't see much of him. It's been months since your last encounter. He presumably spends his time traveling the world, annihilating any rapper foolish enough to challenge him. Dirk examines the wardrobe. Nice. You tell Square Wave to scoot out of the square way so you can hit a load of your sweet fashions. Looks like he really wanted to rap with you. Sorry, guy, maybe another time. This is your wardrobe of fire. It automatically rotates your fashion whenever you feel like. Dirk changed his shirt. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. He busts out a tank top, which is the go-to solution for hard dudes who want to show off their guns. This is a very strong look, you think. Dirk, what the hell's that on your arm? Oh, that? It's just your sick ink, featuring a legendary cultural icon of deep personal significance. What is even the big deal? Ugh. Dirk examines the little posters. Rest in peace, Stiller. Poor bastard, he had to go and get tangled up with your brother's crazy, complicated life. Oh, man. Man, that adds a layer to why Dave would wear it in this universe. As for the other one, you're a studious pop culture scholar of all eras. A sharp critic of that reflection in the mirror would hold up to our society. A sharp critic of that reflection in the mirror we hold up to our society. You seek the truth in a vivid mosaic made of your most shameless obsessions. Your interest in these cartoon ponies is strictly academic, okay? No, seriously. What? Okay, fine. You love this one particular rainbow horse unironically. Is that such a crime? She's so spunky. Dirk examines the puppet/hat pile. The pile at the foot of your bed consists of hats, a few stray robo parts, and Smuppets. Smuppets are a lovable sort of plush of your own design. You love everything about puppets. You're always thinking about the craft of their production, their operation, cool new designs and such. If the cosmos didn't have more important plans for you, and if the world weren't so fucked up, you'd make a run at fame and fortune with your own puppet enterprises, just like your bro did with all his weird shit. You also love to keep a bunch of hats around, even though you never wear them. You love hats because all bros love hats, and that's just what you are, a bro. You consider wearing one now and again, but they don't really fit the dimensions of your head yet. And anyway, it would be criminal to mess up your perfect hair. Instead, you do the next best thing, which is wearing a picture of one on your shirt. And by the next best thing, you're pretty sure you mean the vastly superior thing. Oh shit. Nearly knocked over my cool lantern. Dirk checks out a big TV. When you're not using the screen for other purposes, you have it set to rotate through some images by default, like a digital picture frame. The image flips from a totally bitchin' horse puppet sort of thing to a portrait of everyone's favorite comedy duo, Stiller and Wilson. Your bro made so many of these movies, it's hard to keep track of them. The series drifted almost inexplicably from surrealist slapstick to inexplicable box office dynamite, to veiled near subliminal protest pieces designed to expose the corporate tyranny slowly taking control of the world. The statement did not go unnoticed by the Baroness, and soon the conflict between your brother's media empire and Crocker Corp was a matter of public spectacle. The press has generally played up the rivalry as an extremely high-stakes display of performance art, and knowing your bro, there's surely at least some truth to this. Oh god. Donald Glover won an Academy Award for his transcendental performance of Jeremy. After his acceptance speech, there was not a single dry eye in the house. His heroic effort on the silver screen was heralded by critics everywhere as the defining moment in cinematic history. Alas, the Butter Witch did not look upon his achievement as kindly. She had him assassinated. And that one is... Never mind what that one is. You can't stand around all day looking at movie stills and swole bunny men. There's still some other shit in your room to investigate. You switch back to your regular shirt. You weren't feeling the wife beater. The t-shirt says, I still got work to do, while the other one says, which trailer's the party at? And Striders don't party till it's good and fucking time to party. Dirk examines the bread microwave. This isn't a microwave, it's your sendificator. Pretty much the only Crocker tech you can bring yourself to use. It's just too handy not to. You just type the coordinates, pop in the thing you want to sendificate, and hit the button. It'll sendificate the thing in a jiffy, assuming it's temporarily allowed. It's temporally allowed and within size restrictions. Obviously, you can only send what you can fit inside there. You had to send Jake your robot piece by piece, barely managing to squeeze that shiny melon head in there. He then dutifully assembled the robot himself, poor fool, so jovially complicit in his own merciless jungle predation. It's all for the best, though. When you're through with English, he'll be a ruthless killing machine, mark your words. Dirk captlogs a Jeremy plush. Wow, so many juices. You snap up the Jeremy plush in your tech hop modus. This modus is often employed in rap battles, but it's a bit more elegant and sophisticated than what most hash rap artists traditionally employ, like the more arbitrarily numeric hash maps and hash tables. The cards are arranged in shade columns and groove rows. Everything in the same column has to rhyme. Huh. Everything in the same row has to have some thematic similarity. Organizing everything gets complicated, and weaponizing your inventory through rap lyrics takes some serious skill.
Okay. Can I zoom in on this image? I cannot. That's a bummer. Can I copy the image location and then open it in another tab? And then zoom in on it? Yes, I can. So Jeremy Plush and an Orange Crush. Fanta and a Fancy Santa. Mountain Dew and a shoe. Can't even read that. Slice? It says slice? How the hell does a skateboard rhyme with that? Oh. Wheeled device. That sucks. Game Bro and a Fago. Can't read that, but considering grenade and shades, I guess it would rhyme with that. There's hat, there's plush cat, there's baseball bat. It is very neat. The grenade and the baseball bat are thematically related. The cat, the Jeremy, and the Fancy Santa, and the Smuffet are all related. The orange sodas are all related. His fucking outfit and the Game Bro is all related. And there's just an empty column. Or is that a row? I can never remember. I can check. It's a row, my bad. Okay. For instance, the third groove row got kind of railroaded into becoming an orange soda row, so you've just been rolling with it recently. The fourth row is pegged for stuff associated with Cool Bros. The second row is all about dolls, puppets, and stuff like that. The Jeremy plush is clearly suitable for that row, and rhymes with crush, so that works out. Then you have some other perfectly dope rhymes, like Santa and Fanta, Fago and Game Bro, Do and Shoe. There's also Smuppet and Orangette, which frankly you think is pretty weak, but hey, the modus allows it, so whatever. Then there were also times when you have to be creative with naming stuff to get it to fit, like calling a skateboard a four-wheel device to get it to rhyme with slice. It's just another facet to the craft. Dirk Captchalog's Sweet Bro plush. Might as well complete the plush collection. You grab Sweet Bro off your bed. It intersects quite conveniently with the plush groove and Fago shade. Nice one. Dirk Captchalog's Hella Jeff plush. Last but not least, there's nothing here that rhymes with Hella Jeff. It really isn't worth jumping through a whole lot of linguistic hoops to pick this thing up right now, so you just forget it. You have to pick your battles, you know? Dirk takes sword. You pick up the mighty sword. The easiest thing to do here is ditch the slice and stick the sword in the weapons row and rhyme it with board. Your bro had a lot of junk like this manufactured over the years. He patented the technology for producing three-dimensional JPEG artifacts to make products shittier than was ever previously imaginable. He made a killing off of them. Not because anyone bought this garbage, but because they were so cheap to manufacture, their cost was actually negative, therefore miraculously netting him profit for any per unit produced. He made so much money on this way, we had to finance manned space missions to haul all the ridiculous unwanted JPEG shit off Earth and launch it into the sun. But years thereafter, every now and then, someone would report a stray shitty skateboard slowly drifting back to the Earth's atmosphere. People would pray they would burn up on re-entry, but they never would. Oh look, Squarewave saw you messing around with your Silodex and thought you were preparing for a rap battle. He's kind of like an eager pet dog, and he made the mistake of picking up his leash. And now he thinks he's going for a walk. You hate to break his heart, but you just don't have time. Your concentration is divided enough as it is. Dirk B. Dream Self. Among the many ways you tend to multitask is by maintaining an ever-alert dream self. There's a lot to keep an eye on when it comes to the cloak and dagger politics of Dirk, especially these days. Can't let your guard down for a second. Dirk examines the sleazy Dirk site rag. The Inquiring Carapacian. Dead! It's the latest issue of the Inquiring Carapacian, touting the recent assassination of Prospect's Maid of Life, quite the triumph for the Dark Kingdom, and the press has predictably sensationalized the event to please the royalty and whip its readership into nationalistic lather. In spite of all the ridiculous hyperbole and baseless slander found in the tabloids, one thing is clear. This development means nothing but trouble. If Nor's been empowered to take measures like this, you may have to accelerate your plans. Shit, while you were distracted with the newspaper in Dreamland, Squarewave has ambushed you for a wrap-off. Told you, bro, can't let your guard down for a second. Wrap-off! Yo-Yo D-Strizzle, I couldn't help but check you loading up your Silladilly. Can't fool me, Holmes. I know what that's about. So I just got one can of surprise noodles left to bust open here, and I know how you love your noodles. Do you want to play a game? Man, no. I already told you I don't have time to disgrace you with my rhymes today. Sorry, dude. That's so whack. I've been watching you waste nothing but time looking at your horse pictures and shit. So I'm like, that shit is whack as I'm a guy made of metal. That shit's as whack as I am a guy made of metal. Sit your ass back down because we got shit to settle. Just park it on my grill, you'll be whistling like a kettle. If wraps a one-wheel device, your foot don't reach the pedal. Word. God damn it, alright, this is all you get. Nap off, man, you gotta nap off your face. I gotta nap off your sad rap ambush. Shush your ass down while I nap you with the flush. I push mad facts on the hopeless shits particularly axiomatic. You don't talk smack with a orange crush. Damn dog, why as a robot I got to be so predictably susceptible to liquid like this? It ain't cool. While you were making short work of Squarewave, you once again made the mistake of letting your other self's guard down. You're accosted by a Dursate agent with a serious axe to grind. These guys aren't supposed to know you're awake. Looks like your cover's blown unless you act fast. Dave acts fast. Or Dirk acts fast. God. Names. Poor hegemonic brute. His time in the spotlight has been cut tragically short. You almost feel sorry for the guy. But you now have a problem. You spend the next 10 minutes thinking about it while you stand on his head and stare at the blood on your hands. As the often utilized stock graphic in the bottom corner of the image would indicate. Dirk checks on Roxy. Since the arch-agent is clearly leading the assassination efforts personally on Prospect, this means the draconian dignitary is most likely focused on the Durstringers. He almost certainly ordered the brute to off you in your sleep. You can only hope the dignitary or one of his assassins hasn't already gotten to her. Dirk exits. Just as you thought, sleepwalking again. But where the hell does she think she's going? Dirk, be waking self again. This is kind of a redundant thing to do since you're always consciously both your waking and dream self at the same time, but you'll let it slide. You should probably stop dwelling on your durst problems and try to get this show on the road. Dirk pesters Roxy. Roxy, awake yet? I guess not. Let me know. Whoa, damn. Hey Dirk, I had a crazy dream. There you are, but I see your dream self hasn't returned. You must be typing one the fuck on tight already. Maybe I am. Like a bow of ribbon on a beautiful pony. Man, how can you be this much drunker than last time we talked? What the hell have you even been drinking? Okay, but to be fair, beautiful was an intentional typo for your benefit, because I know you love that pose. It's a beaut. So you spy on me in Durstville again? Yeah. Fucking perv. Like what you see there? I see precisely jack shit and a side of fuck all, that's the point. You got too sauced up and went rogue again. You're out there in your weird drifting stupor, independent of your waking self-awareness. You gotta go after me again. Get on your horns. Gallop me home like a Prince Charming back to swoon King Dong. Oh yeah, bush. No, I'm thinking it over. It's sort of a relief. Simplifies things somewhat. It's better you stay out there for a while. There's been a problem. What'd you do now? Okay, I fucked up. I kind of made a mess here, and I'm not sure what to do about it yet. No need for you to worry about it for now. I guess I'll figure something out. Until then, I'm just gonna prepare a session while I think it over. Zzz. What a surprise. Another miss for you to keep to yourself and overly cerebralize. Snore. Hey, let's talk about something cool instead, like the dream I had. Okay. First, I had some ordinary, boring dreams that I don't remember. But then I dreamed that I woke up from the dream, and things got bright and surreal, and I saw someone. I think it was supposed to be my daughter. Why do you think that? You know those dreams where you just know someone's supposed to be someone? No? Okay, well, regular people have those, I'm pretty sure, all the time. You thinking it was prophetic, like a glimpse of the future? I don't know. Because that's not really how the abyss works. It's not sky, and we aren't prospect dreamers. There's nothing like that out in the abyss. If you drift far enough, there's only horror. Terrible horror. Okay, but I'm not saying it was a future dream. I'm saying it was just a glimpse, and it felt real. And all I'm saying is it was a cool dream that I wish was real. Glimpse. Yeah, well, maybe it was. Maybe there's no fanciful game-supplied mechanism of prognostication involved here, and you're just an ordinary run-of-the-mill psychic. I guess that's possible. Hey, Dirk, what do you think it'd be like if we had kids? What would it be like? Inconvenient, mostly. No, I mean, what would they be like, the kids? Do you ever think about it? Can't really say I have. You know, for an eccentric guy, you can be boring as fuck sometimes. Sorry, Rox. For what it's worth, I'm picturing them now, a boy and a girl. Two perfect little freaks in nature, raised by people who've clearly got no business bringing up anybody. Shucks, Buster. It's all a fun little hypothetical to daydream about. Why you need to suck the fun out of shit, like some turd-hungry Dracula? It's not like I'm lobbying for you to hook me up with a whole mess of fucking babies. Or that I'm holding on to any such delusion that's even a remote possibility. Listen. Laysine? Yes, Laysine, you heard me. Do you mean Laysai? Nope. I'm sticking with Laysine. Going down with the ship. The SS Laysine, starring Captain Royal. What does Laysine actually mean in this context? Oh, come on. Come on, what? Laysine is universally understood to... I mean, too bad he's gay, you deliberately obtuse dunderfucked. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought. It would just be cool if you'd refrain from tossing about such antediluvian terms. What? Okay. Cool. Antediluvian what? Me saying you're gay, you mean? Yes. Okay, but terminology aside, I don't think I'm off base. I don't see how it has to be a thing. I really think it's an actual thing, bro. Once upon a time, sure, but the world changed a lot. Ever peek in a history book between your wizardly indulgences? This is a nuanced topic. And I know about the histories, just believe me, it's a thing. How's it a thing? It's a thing because if it wasn't a thing, then you wouldn't be all like what? Well, wanting nothing to do with me for starters. Don't be ridiculous. I have more to do with you than any dude could possibly bargain for, and I like it just fine. What? Totally lame / sweet answer simultaneously. Yeah. Now maybe we should direct our focus on a matter which has nothing at all to do with it. What does or doesn't qualify as a thing, or what our fantasy alt-universe offspring would be like, or anything like that. Such as this game, and whether you're in the best condition to be piloting Jane's connection. Maybe you could use another nap? My conditions are just fine, and anyway, what ain't gonna get slept off is the fact that I still don't think we should be touching that BS Switch game with a 20-foot trident. We both know her hands need us to. I know that, but I thought we settled this. It's still so frustrating telling Jane about the dangers, and even if she's being polite, I just know she thinks I'm full of crap about everything. We settled this too, she'll believe everything eventually. Why bother working so hard to convince her? Well, I don't even do that for the most part. It just gets tiring and saddening knowing that, even when we're not actively talking about it, that my best friend can't bring herself to believe some really basic things about my life. Like the shitty things the Baroness has done to us. Or about her upbringing. Like, do you know how miserable it is for your BFF to doubt you when you tell her your mom is dead? Ah. I guess. It just registers for me as a reaction, and which isn't completely unreasonable from her perspective. She's inundated with media coverage of those whom we've claimed as our parental figures. That they are not presently alive or ever played that role for us, as she understands. It is just an explanation of a much more extension of a much more elaborate and far-reaching explanation, which is much harder for anyone to digest in its entirety. Well, anyone who isn't Jake, I mean, still say you should cut her some slack. I know. And need I remind you that the potential this game provides for their resurrection is what motivated you to investigate it in the first place. No, I remember. I told you a million times shit sounds like it could be the best thing ever. Wherever is caps as heck. But also, no matter how awesome it might be, it's probably going to advance all the schemes of her condescension. Right, but if we can stop her? Part of me doesn't even want to give her the satisfaction of starting it up at all. Like, if we didn't, wouldn't that wreck her shit just so hilariously? So many Olos. I must be hard of counting because I'm barely racking up a single goddamn laugh out loud at that self-defeating gesture. No, but it would. And for all we know, starting it up is playing right in her claws. Could be a trap waiting for Jane the moment she enters. If I stop her from playing, maybe I could at least get her a chance at a future? But there is no future on Earth for them. Or for us, for that matter. Didn't know that for a fact, but anyway. I kinda already made this bogus file for her. What? Why? To scare the shit out of her. Make her learn to fear and respect the fucking hag like she should. Then maybe we can drop this whole endgame meetup / resurrection idea and all together. Sweet though it may be. Rox, I hope you're not thinking about handing her one of your bullshit ass scripts. On this subject, I am Ms. Zipperlips. Ms. Zipperlips? The amount of sense you haven't been making is unfucking real. Just go take a nap and don't even think about sending her that file. Are you listening?
I'll take what you say under serious advisement. Wonk. Jesus. Jerk, when did you stop being any fun? What? It used to be you'd get a kick out of a stunt like that. Stunt. Man, you know I'm down with insane stunts. Insane stunts are practically all I'm all about. As long as I actually agree to the purpose they're intended to serve. Destroying Dane's computer and dissuading her from playing is not such a purpose. Bet your responder would agree with me. Why can't you be more like him? I am more like him. I mean more like him. You just misspelled more, causing me to suddenly understand Jack everything. He's more in touch with his feelings, which makes me out my FA off since he's a bobob. And he can actually loosen up sometimes, kind of like you used to could. I used to could? For one thing, he doesn't insta shoot down a bit of a frisky RP shenanigans now then. Yeah, I kind of wish you wouldn't do that with him. Why the f not? It seems like a little tawdry and disrespectful and vaguely exploitative of a still emergent cognitive entity whose perceptual frame of reference is difficult for us to comprehend. Oh, come on, he's a cool guy just like you. It's just he lives in some shades. It rubs me the wrong way is all. Oh, do you want me to rub you the right way? Not really. Meh. You're overblowing this. It's just an ironic, funny thing we do sometimes. Come on in. I'm sure you read the transcripts yourself. It's all a lot of jokestery bullshit. He blocks me from being able to read transcripts sometimes. Oh. Wow, he does? Sneaky bastard. And anyway, I'm really not sure how ironic it is. Okay, next time I will run it by the master first. With his fucking ironometer. Okay, here's the thing with autoresponder. Since you still don't seem to get it, he's very similar to me in thought process and behavior yet, but those patterns were imported from a 13-year-old version of my psyche, and then sealed into the program as starting parameters. In the years since, we've both evolved somewhat. I, as humans tend to, and he in whatever way is natural for a frequently running self-aware application. So if there are differences between us, they're first reflected by what I feel is a maturity gap, and then further by several years of minor behavioral divergences. Oh my god, he's 13-year-old Dirk. Why did that not occur to me? That is so cute. Makes me feel kind of skeevy for saying anything vivacious at him. Damn, you ruin everything. You're welcome. Yo, you guys realize I can hear you, right? Yes, I was aware. Check out all these complicated fucking problems people have when they have to live in a big lumbering flesh monsters instead of a sweet pair of shades. Dude, do you think you could sit this one out for a while? This conversation practically doesn't even concern you at this point. It seems like there's some gnarly crooked number that represents the percentage of possibility. You just said this doesn't concern me. Even though it's patently obvious that half this conversation, way totally concerns me. Shit, Roxy, look, he's doing the thing where he ironically pretends to fail the Turing test to sass me into submission. Even though I was the one who fucking programmed him to do that. LMFA off. My butt is just there on the floor. It's how hard I held it off just now. Not peeking at floor butt, because I'm only 13 years old, motherfuckers. This is fucking dumb. I'm gonna leave both of you to interact however you want. I have important shit to deal with and actual responsibilities to take seriously. Roxy, go nap off your drink or aggressively wage another LARPing campaign, whatever. I don't care. Just don't send that file to Jane, okay? Dirk takes actual responsibilities seriously. You attempt to take actual responsibilities seriously, but start zoning out in the real world while you dwell on your dream troubles. You zone out for who knows how long, when suddenly your train of thought is interrupted by your glasses. Dirk answers the autoresponder.
I just realized there's probably going to be a denizen called Complete Bullshit. Like, that's gonna be its actual name. It's gonna look like that. Bro, what are you doing? It seems like you're zoning out again. What happened to all those actual responsibilities you were going to take seriously? I was thinking about what to do, strategizing, factoring contingencies. You know how it is. It seems to me you're dwelling within your dream awareness at the expense of your waking business again. I don't think you're as awesome at multitasker as you like to think. You know how kind of zombie the fuck out on this. You know you kind of zombie the fuck out on this side when you get all contemplative on that shit. Appearances are deceptive. I'm still in control here, just doing this human thing we call chilling out for half a goddamn minute. I say y'all are overestimating your mind's capability to run shit in parallel. What do you think you are, a machine? No, dude, I already deployed a variety of mechanical avatars dedicated to that self-aggrandizing fantasy. You have the incredible privilege of getting to be one of them. That's right, I am a machine, and therefore I can keep like billions of calculations or whatever all humming away at once. I tackle shit in background processes that you could only dream of wrapping your exquisite-looking head around, even on a great hair day. You know pi? What, you mean the number? Yes, the number, the big circle number, genius. I knew you meant the fucking number. My question was a joke. I knew your question was a joke. My response was a joke. Yeah, I know that. I'm practically you, dumbass. All these things we're saying are jokes, including this fucking useless clarification. What about pi? Yeah, the thing is I solved it. What do you mean you solved it? I mean, that's what a hotshot I am. I fucking solved it. Like, I calculated it so much I got to the end. Bullshit. You wish it was bullshit. The last number is 4. Read it and fucking weep. It's not 4, you jackass. It's fucking nothing. There is no end. Said the smug organic matter with a lifespan. Look, I know you're just fucking with me because for some reason I decided to program my own personal troll 3 years ago. But this shit was proven. Actually demonstrated with unassailable mathematics like a long-ass time ago. Well, I just assailed it. Wasn't even that hard. Like, I just kept hacking those digits so furiously with my sick rhythms. The whole goddamn number just cried uncle. I kind of wore it out and it just gave up, sort of like I overloaded the system. You know, like in the old movie when Ferris Bueller got the nuclear computer to play tic-tac-toe against itself so hard it blew up. This is laughable. That's a totally elementary thing. I'm pretty sure an ancient Greek guy settled shit about irrational numbers. It was practically when math was invented. Sure, it was settled, and then some robo-shades came along and owned that fucker posthumously. I also figured out all the prime numbers, too. No, not having this conversation. Did it while we were talking just now. Got to the end. You know what? The last one isn't even that big. Kind of disappointed, to be honest. What is even a prime number? Are they, like, really, really choice ones? The sweetest numbers? You lost me, supercomputer. This is what I'm saying. I put your ability to keep plates spinning on sticks to insane amounts of shame. I don't even sleep. Neither do I. I know that. That was a fucking joke. Holy shit, it turns out joking is the basis for my response, too. Aren't these ironic? You don't get the joke conversations we always have just so awesome? A joke. Haha, nice one. Anyway, all I'm saying is you can leave some of the heavy lifting to me now and then. I'll keep that in mind. In the meantime, I might have to contact Jane and warn her Roxy might try to pull that pointless stunt. So thanks for stopping me out of my daydream so I could do that, I guess. Looks like you're pulling your weight already. See, maybe that was my point in having this conversation. Your point was to fuck with me like it usually is. My point was to point out that you got multi-self-management issues, dude. Juggling too many selves for being not software. My point was also to fuck with you. Also, my point was to ask, are you really going to go through with it today? What? The Jake thing? Oh god, will you just... Hold on, let me deal with the Jane thing first. Dirk warns Jane. Continued previously. How's the Jane thing going? Not well. Roxy already destroyed her computer. Maybe if you weren't spacing out so hard, you could have prevented that. Just saying. As if you're actually concerned. If you were, you would have said something to Jane instead. Almost like you enjoy sitting back and watching what happens when shit goes wrong.
Has it occurred to you that maybe I have diabolical interwoven plans just like you? You're not the only one who can pull strings. So this is either another bizarre instance of AI-driven irony, or you're admitting that you're actually trying to sabotage my plans. No, our plans are not in contradiction to or competition, bro. You'll see. Whatever, this means I'll have to improvise. I'll take over as Crocker's server while Alone cleans up her act. Yes, I know. Why are you still talking in red, by the way? Roxy thinks it looks good on me. I don't have many opinions on fashion, since I'm a cold, emotionless automaton who also happens to be an accessory of fashion, but I think she may be right. Are you still talking to her? I was for a while, I may yet again. Why are you blocking me from viewing the transcripts? What the fuck are you two even talking about? You, mostly. That doesn't really sit well with me. I'd almost rather you both engaged in ironic flirtation. Who says we don't do that too? Ugh. I don't get what is even your problem with that. Because you obviously just do it to piss me off. How do you know? You don't know me, dude. You don't know anything about me. Maybe we're perfect for each other. I, a street smart, fast talking application with a fuckzillion IQ trapped in a pair of triangular sunglasses that literally only the Japanese could consider to embody the platonic ideal of cool, and she an often inebriated, lonely hacker teen who just wants a boyfriend. I ran the numbers on this, trust me. It's a match made in goddamn crack pair heaven. I give her what you can't, and that just drives her crazy. Just admit it. See, it's lines like that which make it obvious your only intent is to jerk me around. Nobody actually says shit like that and is serious about it. It's also obvious because you're me, and I'm sure I would be constantly fucking with my own head if I were you. Touche? Or should I say douche? You shouldn't say the former, and you should definitely never, under any circumstances, say the latter. Okay. We really should talk about the Jake thing. Fine. Continued previously. So you're going through with it then? Today's the day? It's not that simple. It's a very dynamic situation with many moving parts, and I'm waiting for it to unfold. If the right opportunity presents itself, I could envision myself taking action. Dynamic situation with many moving parts, that's the shittiest erotic excerpt I've ever read. Which one of us is supposed to be the robot again? Shut up. I think you're being coy with me, don't you? Not really. It seems there is a 3.14159 period 4% chance you're being coy with me. Are you being coy with me, Dirk? I'm seriously going to go into your program and remove that particular speech pattern from your routines. It stopped being funny about 2 seconds after I coded it. The compiler even flagged it with a warning. Warning online whatever. Dirk, this isn't fucking funny. I think you have this whole blueprint in your head about how it's supposed to go. He acts as your server player and brings you in the session, then later joins the game. Maybe he finds himself overwhelmed by it all. No extra lives or anything. Suddenly he's backed into a corner surrounded by monsters and out of ammo. Substantial vulnerabilities up in here. The kind that make a guy question what he believes about himself. When who shows up to save him? None other than his dashing client player, plus one vision pair of shades that'll have the best seat in the house when the fireworks goes off. Wait, whose fantasy are we talking about here? Your gutterfall was so rowdy it catapulted into the adjacent lane. Dirk deploys. Yeah, you're right. This scenario is too pedestrian for you. It'd probably be a lot more effective putting yourself in danger and letting him be the hero. That's pretty much what he wants, right? To be a cheesy action film hero with his twin Berettas and silly shorts. A man of triumph on the silver screen, standing tall on some fucking mountain, conquering ruins, clutching a skull, and kissing a dude. Pure Hollywood. See, this is why even if I did have a specific plan, I wouldn't go into details with you. You just fuck it up. You're the biggest unknown quantity here, which is pretty weird considering you're a virtual reflection of my own thought process. You're making a mistake not leveling with me. I'm totally on your side, man. All of my machinations have been devised with your interests in mind. And anyway, it's too late for you to play damage control with me. My shit is in motion, and now we're beyond the pale. I'm pretty sure it's pale. Is it now? Dirk deploys more stuff. You know, considering your lectures about dividing my concentration, you seem to have no problem making a distraction of yourself. I'm trying to operate here. It's cool, man. Just say the word. I'll back off. But like I said, I'm on your side here. I can help. Here, check it out. Dude, what are you doing? I'm proposing a distraction. See, I'm just gonna dangle one of her dad's ridiculous dancing figurines in the air like this and get his attention. Okay, if you want to help, that's cool, but we should try to agree on some shit first, before you hijack the controls like this. Then when his back is turned, she can run to the study. Yeah, that's fine, but I already had a plan sort of like this, and if you'd actually let me do this. Can you just put the fucking stare down? Jane, now's your chance, run! Wait, what? Les sign. Dirk deploys the extruder. I was gonna stick the extruder in the kitchen, distract him with that. Once he follows it in, Jane can hurry to the study. Oh shit, it's probably fouls. I guess Dad saved it from the explosion or something. That beautiful bastard? Yes. Hell yes. Hell fucking yes. Jane runs to the study. Oh gosh, another large contraption. Now Jane, get to the computer on the study and ditch the tiara. Go, go, go. Okay, say, what's with the red text, Dirk? Are you typing your most important instructions in red now? Yes. No. Alrighty, I'm in my father's study. I have kindly asked Mr. Sebastian to hand over the reins to this silly computer shaped like a man. What now? Now you have access to a clean computer for one thing. Soon we can get started going through the steps necessary to launch the session. Oh hell. What? Another interruption. I should step away for a moment to take this message. He's probably right. I'm distracted by too much bullshit at once already. Who's right? Me. Jane, I'm going to leave you with the responder for a bit. Maybe you can help you get started. Think you can handle that, dude? I'm all about being able to handle that. You don't even know. I'll perform an acrobatic pirouette onto the handle, wherein the handle literally represents my ability to handle that thing. Okay, got it. You and the handle are tight. We don't need a whole thing about this. Once I stick the landing on the handle like a champ, I'm going to get down on one knee, pull out a ring, and propose to it. The handle, I mean. Okay, implying we will be married. Okay, long story short, you and the handle fucked gratuitously. Enough said. Now, try not to say any. I never gave you any responsibilities, or never took you seriously as a viable, conscious being with free will. Also, please try not to make me regret this. You have nothing to worry about. Go talk to the alien. Is it Carcat's grandpa? Cool. I see you're about to begin. How's that ended for you? I'm at dangerous risk of jealousy. Why? Oh, it's just running a bit behind schedule. I wanted to coordinate with your group something approximating real time, and that is starting to look less likely. My client failure continues to be a source of frustration. I thought we had everything settled. It's always something with him. I even told him in my last message it would suit me fine if he wanted to be the server player instead. I just want to begin. But I have not heard back from him. That's probably the way it always is. I've run into plenty of problems here already, and I've had to improvise heavily. Ain't nothing about our situation to envy yet. But at least I know how certain things go when it comes to your story. I don't quite have that luxury with mine. It is nerve-wracking sometimes, especially when I must count on him to be reasonable. Well, your bro definitely has some problems, not gonna lie. This is true. Though I'm sure I've said he isn't quite my brother. We are related, yes, but not in the way human brothers and sisters are. We're genetically similar in many ways, but in many ways quite different. In fact, our blood color is not even the same. But I have referred to him as a brother at times because it is close enough to being true, much as you refer to the one you regard as your ancestor in the same way. Yeah, just give him some time. He'll probably come around. You'd never even have woken up on Prospect if you weren't going to launch the session, right? I mean, there wouldn't even be a session for a Prospect to exist inside if you weren't about to instantiate it in the first place. I'm just totally not getting how this works.
unless I'm totally not getting how this works. No, I think you're probably right. While I await his response, perhaps I'll take a nap and see if the clouds may offer any guidance. Though lately I've been seeing many more black clouds popping up in sky than usual. It is a most unwelcome trend. You're lucky to have any clouds. Only thing I have to look up at is infinite monsters. Good point. I'm so pleased to be a CrossFit dreamer. I'm sure my brother finds his netherworldly affiliation similarly pleasing. Speaking of which, I have a problem and I can use your advice. Is that so? I killed an agent who snuck into my room to assassinate me. I'm not sure what to do about it now. I guess I could just ditch the corpse, but it's still a matter of time before my cover is blown. Yes, that is a pickle. I honestly can't think of a way around this. Getting found out, I mean. Roxy has it easy. All floating off into space, completely oblivious to any danger. I don't know why it had to be this way for me, juggling two waking selves at once. I guess I'm used to it, but it still makes for a pretty intense existence. Do you know what that is? Like, is there any precedent in your readings? I don't know about precedent, but it makes plenty of sense for me as the type of path one might expect for a hero of heart. A path ruled by the heart aspect can be a journey of splintered self. That is, the player's being may exhibit the same kind of fragmentation which certain classes would cause in others. I think this is what has triggered your dual awareness between waking and dream selves, though it would not surprise me if the symptoms manifested in even more ways than this. So that's what a Prince of Heart does? Just has like multiple waking consciousness disorder or something? Sounds kind of stupid. No, like I said, these can be traits of such a hero, but is not necessarily always the case, nor is the defining property of the aspect. To understand the heart aspect better, you might use it interchangeably with the word soul. The hero uses the methods endowed by the class to influence in some way the soul, or essence of being, the of oneself or of others. Then I'm basically the Prince of Soul. Yes. That sounds kind of maybe a little cooler, sort of. Then what am I supposed to be able to do as a prince? Like, rule over souls in a pompous, regal manner? No, again, surface meaning of classes and aspects can be deceptive. A prince is a destroyer class. It is very far on the active side of the scale. Its much more passive counterpart would be the bard class. Both of these are exclusively designated for male players. To understand a hero's capabilities, it always helps to search for the right way to parse the class and aspect pair into a more explicit statement. For instance, being active, a prince could be viewed as one who destroys X, or causes destruction through X, if X is the aspect, while the more passive bard could be seen as one who allows X to be destroyed, or invites destruction through X, as if by the will of the aspect. I'm obviously no expert, but that sounds like a pretty odd thing for a bard to do. Maybe it's a quirky class. Somewhat like a wildcard role for a hero, very unpredictable. They're typically known for their spontaneous and dramatic story-altering influence on the fate of a party. Some of the more remarkable tales from involve such parties where the bard is single-handedly responsible for their spectacular downfall or improbable victory, or both. In truth, you're probably fortunate your group doesn't have one. I think we have enough unpredictability as it is. So if I'm following, my title nearly parses as Destroyer of Souls. Indeed. Well, that's a little more badass sounding, I guess. But I'm not sure I'll ever feel a major need to destroy a soul, unless I become a cartoonishly villainous sorcerer one day. I wouldn't be hasty in ruling it out. That is, finding the need to use the ability, not succumbing to any sort of villainy. We tend to use these roles for a reason. We tend to have these roles for a reason, and that reason usually finds us, especially if we were to achieve God-tier ascension. Okay, do I do that? No, Dirk. No, I will not tell you. Give me a fucking break. Why don't you just tell me? Who cares about spoilers? What's gonna happen is gonna happen. That very well may be, but it'll dreadfully complicate both of our lives if what is to come results from self-fulfillment alone. A great deal of instructional material is very clear on this. Besides, you make it sound as though I know everything, which I most certainly do not. Pardon the sideways tongue. Wait, don't you? I thought you did. I've read much about your story in text I have pieced together and have pieced together the overarching, exceedingly complicated saga as best I could. I have as much authority over these events as a historian, and am at the mercy of my sources. I also am able to access much of your adventure through this terminal, but there's a limitation to this too, which I may as well admit. Now to get you off my back. What? Whew. I can view all events involving you and your co-players on Earth for your entire lives until you enter the game. I can also view some events after your session begins, but not for very long, thanks to your tipsy friend. Oh man, what the hell does she do? She blacks out your entire session. I'm sure this is not delivered on her part, but thereafter I can see nothing at all. Huh. But I've never considered this to the detriment of either party. I still wish for us to collaborate and to help each other out. Beyond a certain point, we simply must communicate in the dark. Okay. So there are many things about your future I do not know, at least not firsthand. But as you probably ventured, I'm quite an enthusiastic admirer of your group of heroes and your incredible story. Though I can't see what happens much later, I can certainly speculate, and I very often do. I guess it would not hurt to share some of my speculation with you. In fact, now that I consider it, that could be the most fun thing of all. Speculation? Yes, theories, examining all the clues and hazarding our guesses. What does it all mean? Everything about your vast epic points to a central mystery, which I've not been able to solve yet. You might even call it the ultimate riddle, if that were not already codified as a thing in Scripture. I have so very many theories I wouldn't even know where to begin. So you're kind of obsessed with us then. I wouldn't go that far. Oh my, I'm probably coming off as an absolute nutter now. No, not really. I just want to understand. So can I ask, just to get a better sense of the nature of your admiration? When you engage in the aforementioned speculation, is it strictly on a factual basis? Or do you start to fictionalize? What I'm asking is, have you ever written stories about us? Yes. Interesting. Would you ever be inclined to share? Oh, no. I'd be far too embarrassed to do that. That's cool. I'm not trying to pass judgment here, just curious. Do any of these stories about us by any chance involve romance? Well, maybe just, a wee bit. How wee? A smidgen or two? Which is it, one smidgen or two smidgens? Okay, a whole bloody lot of smidgens, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm seriously curious to read some. I won't show anyone, I promise. But you wouldn't even understand it. My species has a completely different understanding of romance than you do. It'd probably offend you deeply. It might even sicken you. But that only makes me want to check it out more. Really, there's no way it's going to sicken or offend me. Whatever it is, I've seen worse. I'm not judging you at all here. I'm genuinely curious about your work. No, I'm sorry, love. I just cannot abide. If I let anyone read it, I would curl up and die of shame. Okay, no biggie. Is there any kind of work you will share with me? Well, when I find myself immersed in speculation, I do often enjoy drawing the things I imagine. Oh, really? Yes. And you'd be willing to spare a peek at it? Well, yes, you've talked me into it. This suddenly sounds fun, and I have just the thing to show you. Awesome. You were asking about whether or not you would ascend to godhood, and without getting into whether you do or not, I have speculated on your hypothetical appearance, just since that outcome is just as cloaked to me as it is to you. Given what is documented for the typical acromance and cut of appearance garb and palette for the hard aspect, I think this is likely spot on. Nice. Nice.
Holy shit, do I actually have to wear that? Perhaps it all depends upon how much of your inner greatness you wish to realize. Okay, what is with the butterfly wings? We sprout them upon a session, aren't they beautiful? I've seen many depictions of such heroes with wings. Unless they happen to be hiding them beneath their clothes. I guess I can't be absolutely sure, but I personally believe it's reasonably likely the upgrade is universal. I should sure as goddamn Christ hope the fuck not. What about how this Knickerbocker whole shit, is that legit? Yep, 100% princely canon. God damn it. I guess those ass-kicking gloves are pretty cool. I don't know. I can probably make this hit work. How much of this shit is compulsory by game law or whatever? Am I obligated to heave around in fucking tights and puffy little asshole pants forever? No, silly. They're just clothes. You're free to swap parts if you like. Or if you wish to be free of it altogether, change back into your plain clothes and Bob's your uncle. Like it never happened. Okay. Well, don't get me wrong. I think the drawing is great. I'm only taken aback on some finer points of fashion. Also, Bob's my uncle? Oh. No, love, it was a figure of speech. Yeah, I know that. Did I use it incorrectly? I don't think so. I mean, I guess not. Say, what is an uncle, by the way? It's sort of like this weird superfluous dad. Like a strange man in your life that barely has anything to do with you, but is just there for some reason. They're practically always douchebags. I suppose I'll just have to take your word for it. Okay, but just one question. Not to do with the future or anything, just about you. Yes? Are you British, or pretending to be British in a sort of ironic or stylized way? Doing what now? I mean, I guess it doesn't make sense for an alien to be British, or an alien to be American for that matter. No, I fancy neither of those things make much sense at all. Just the way you type is making it seem that way is all. Oh, yes, that would be my quirk. Quirk? So like, delivered affectation? No, a quirk. Quirk, Dirk. You're pretending to be British is a quirk. What the fuck is a quirk? We all need a quirk. It adds spice to our voices and helps us stand out as individuals. That's stupid. I don't have a fucking quirk, and I don't want one. Oh, well, of course you wouldn't. You're human. Humans are notoriously strange. I think their romantic practices are practically esoteric. Actually, I've written hundreds of pages examining the striking differences between human and troll romance as well as reproductive habits, and the comparison makes for a marvelous case study in xenobicultural differences. As long as I'm sharing speculation with you, perhaps you would like to read my essays? I could even paste each page right here in succession and allow you to read them back to back. Oh, hell no. Yes, you're right, of course. I'm probably getting carried away as usual. Forgive my enthusiasm. It's just that I so rarely have anyone to talk to who shares my passion for these matters. Certainly not my curmudgeonly co-player. I mean, not that all that stuff wouldn't be fascinating to pour through on some level, but we kind of have things to do here. Remember, you were gonna take a nap? By Jove, the nap! Yes, I really must secure a bit of shut-eye. By Jove, oh my lord. Your lord? What do you mean by that exactly? Nothing. Hang on though, before you go. You never did give me any actual advice on my situation with the dead agent and my blown cover. Oh right. I would look at it this way. You're moments away from beginning your session, yes? Sure. And you've already spent a long time gathering intelligence unbeknownst to the authorities. How much more do you expect to accumulate even if you could stay undetected? And how much strategic advantage is left to gain by delaying your discovery for much longer? I don't know. I will say, the time to make a stand is now. To hell with the Dursite tossers. Make your presence known, let him see that the prince is awake, and make it abundantly clear what that means. Perhaps it is their turn to be nervous, to cower in the shadows and live in uncertainty? That is my advice. Do with it as you will. Now I'm off to get some rest. With any luck, the next time we convene, both of our adventures will be well underway. Cheerio? You know, I'm not sure anyone ever actually says cheerio. Urania and Umbra cease cheering. Unless they're pretending to be British or whatever. Dirk goes through the bedroom door. Hmm. You never leave your room through the actual egress. Your bro blocked the door ages ago with this totally pimp stone bus. You give Captain Snoop a little nod of approval every time you walk by to go to the bathroom. You like to think he nods back in a way that is so smooth and so subtle, he literally doesn't move at all. The thing is too heavy to move out of the way, and in any case, you don't really want to. You just used a different exit to your room. Dirk exits. You are now Roxy. What are you up to again? You were floating somewhere in the non-linear time stew of paradox space, and we were hoping to get a handle on the exact chronology of your situation. Perhaps your successive actions will oblige us. Yeah, you aren't really listening. You're going to do whatever the hell you want. Roxy goes and grabs that sweet gun. You pick up your high-octane laser gun. It's powered by the most deadly sciences you know of. You keep a couple Festivus allocations in your portfolio on standby. You try to stay as sharp as possible in unarmed combat because you never know when you'll get ambushed. It's dangerous out there. Roxy examines the Dead Mutant collection. The biggest one has been around for as long as you remember, encased in that glass-like material. You've considered giving it a name, but it always struck you as a little morbid to name a dead cat. The others were the results of a few experimental mishaps before you got the hang of the ectobiology equipment. You keep them around to remind you of the perils of the inexact science, and also because they're weird-looking and cute. You've since cloned many healthy felines, but they all live in the laboratory out back. Your pet cat doesn't really get along with other cats, so you don't want him to get upset. You don't want to upset him. Roxy capslogs one. Neat. You tuck the biggest one into your message in a bottle modus. These little guys are quite handy for busting through windows whenever you're ready to christen a new fenestrated plane. Roxy takes some books. You take the first 6 books in your mom's best-selling series, Complacency of the Learned. She made an impossible fortune off these books, considering how dark and inaccessibly written they are for young readers. More money than the U.S. financial system could even account for, or is legitimately circulating in the economy. Many suspected real-life witchcrafts were involved, which is what some believe discouraged criminal investigation into the matter. The feds were afraid, and the Baroness nervous. God, you hope that's all true. Roxy examines the poster. Some original edition cover art from one of the books. It features the androgynous young apprentice, Calmasis, who throughout the entire series plays the role of anti-hero and chief antagonist. They convince fellow disciples to rebel against Zazarpan's vaunted complacency, and one by one hunt down each wizard. All 12 are killed, but the resident scholar himself forcing a showdown. The poster depicts the notorious chess match between Calmasis and Zazarpan. Zazarpan had a reputation for being unbeatable. He'd never lost a match, even to the gods. But his apprentice was able to beat him in the wizard's duel by first becoming checkmated, and through some unprecedented enchantment, continuing to play beyond the death of the king. Interesting. You love your mom's books and find them heavily inspiring, but you can't help but feel the work is exhaustingly heavy-handed at times. You kind of prefer to write more light-hearted things. I actually crack a joke now and then, you know? Roxy says hi to the cat. Your cat, Friglish, hops down on the bed to greet you and immediately situates himself on something important, one of your creative writing journals. You named him after your favorite wizard from the series. He was such an endearing but humbling fellow before he was murdered. Calmassus put an insidious curse on him, which caused him to go insane over several years. He began filling a book with all of his arcane knowledge, which was said to be limitless. The tome grew to monumental proportions and became a virtually unreadable patchwork of impenetrable erudition. When the young wizard finally caught up with him, he was quaking. He was a quaking, incoherent madman. They put him out of his misery by crushing him to death with his own massive text. You think it's a fitting name for him for some reason. The macabre demise notwithstanding, of course. Roxy takes journals. Ugh. You politely scoot Friglish off the books. That a boy. Technically, only one of these books is yours. The writing journal. You're pretty secretive about your writing. Sometimes you can hardly bear to read it. You're highly aware of the formidable writerly shadow cast over you, and can be critical to the point of embarrassment over your own work. Just how drunk were you when you wrote this? You often wonder to yourself. You don't think you'll be peeking at it soon. Maybe later. The other book is another point of embarrassment for completely unrelated reasons. Roxy reads the other book. Okay. This is Jake's private journal. One day when you were feeling especially frisky, you swiped it with your purifier, not actually expecting it to work. But then you debated with yourself for weeks over whether to read it. When you finally took a peek, you were strangely relieved to find all this nonsense instead of his private thoughts. But you still didn't have it in you to cop to the theft. You just agreed what a shame it was about his missing book. You have no idea what these letters mean. Some kind of code? Bark? Crab? Abracadabra? You have no clue what was running through that kid's head, not unlike always. Roxy gets the little ray gun. This isn't a ray gun, it's your purifier. Pretty much the only Crocker tech you can bring yourself to use. It's just too handy not to. You just plug in the coordinates you want to nab something from, point it where you want to purify, and shoot. It'll make that thing purify right then and there. Assuming no temporal conflicts, piece of cake. Not Crocker brand cake make though, cause fuck that witch. Roxy, you're thirsty. That isn't a command. Excuse me, but you beg to differ. You poured this beautiful martini a little while ago, and you've been letting it gather cobwebs while you horse around with random shit in your room. What a crime. Roxy sips the martini thoughtfully. Damn it, this is the wrong stock reaction. You will not stand for this outrageous misrepresentation of your beverage enjoyment. Roxy sips the martini more thoughtfully than that. That's much better. As much as you enjoy an afternoon cocktail, you have to remember to pace yourself with these things. They're crazy strong and tend to make you kind of sleepy. Oh my, how inviting does that soft plush pile look about now? Quite, you think. Roxy examines the plush pile. You like to ensconce yourself with this friendly heap when you play games. Gosh, it looks so soft. Your eyelids are getting heavy. Roxy succumbs to the unfathomable booze snooze. Uh-oh, there you go wobbling. Look out below. Roxy blacks out. Nap time. Roxy sleepwalks. Roxy wakes up. What the heck was all that about? Oh, hey there, Friglish. He greets you with a sly, conspiratorial purr, almost as if he was privy to what you dreamt. Which is impossible, of course. Looks like some dude has been badgering you while you were asleep. Roxy answers. And they have the conversation again. And this one too. Roxy flirt larps. Nyx. Seems like a more reasonable name for a denizen. So it looks like it's just the two of us. Looks that way. Fancy that. Guess I can go back to talking in orange? Why, yes. You should def slip into something more comfortable while I pour you some robo wine. We have much to discuss. Tense fingers together with sultry cunning. Actually, I think I like the red better. Okay, I can check the cellar. Might be some choice years left on the in Far Nord. I don't know. I don't doubt the choiceness of those pin pots, but I'm not really here to screw around. There's something important to talk about. Oh, dang. Jang's after me. Sorry, bro. It has to wait. I can't leave Jang hanging. Alright, but just so you know, I think Dirk is probably going to make some sort of formal romantic overture towards Jake today. What? Wait, really? I've been crunching numbers all day on this.
The percentage of probability is simultaneously bananas and through the roof. A complete disgrace of tropical fruit erupting from a pile of unassuming domicile. Oh my, how do you know? Because I've aggregated thousands of subtle clues indiscernible to primitive human neurology and rammed them through my determinative infatuation engine with the astonishing speed of information, and also because I'm pretty sure it's what I would do if I were him, which is literally the case. And also because he kind of told me, I guess. There's that. Well, this should be interesting. Did you tell Jake, or not specifically? And does he even know how he feels? Well, the poor guy's totally under siege from all sides. He knows well enough. I've badgered him with enough insincere solicitations to paint a pretty striking portrait of my cognitive progenitor's inclinations, even if he wasn't able to pick up on such hints from the man himself, which strikes me as statistically implausible. And that's not even me just spewing more ironic AI bullshit. It was clear on that. Are you, like, both crushing on him? Or is it, like, real for him and ironic for you? Or it's complicated? No shit, says the robo-clone of the guy smitten with the guy everyone else is smitten with, including said robo-clone, maybe? Hey, can we hold this thought? I have to answer Jane. Yeah, Roxy answers Jane. Hey, hello. Oops, sorry. Was having important chats. Oh, with whom? Continue previously. Anyway, if you're still there, I wouldn't call my feelings ironic, though evidently I would enclose them in quotes. They're more like an echo of feelings, once established in a biological context, though perhaps had not particularly well materialized at that point in my life, or his life, whatever. They still feel real sometimes, and it can be easy to get carried away with them, but most of the time, they present themselves as dense bodies of abstraction to be evaluated, like any kind of information. It's fair to say the feelings I have about my feelings are more genuine expressions of emotion than the ground-level feelings themselves. Does that make sense? Yes, sorry, distracted. Important shit going on with Janesy. That's fine. So, to underwhelmingly answer your question, no, I don't think I'm really into Jake. Not so much as occasionally being subject to heavily arresting recalls of conflicted, incipient preteen episodes on the subject. I'm not sure I can be into someone in the way you understand. Not that it would even matter if I was on glasses. Damn. What? Sorry, I'm listening to you, really, but I fucked up. Gotta make sure Jane doesn't run that file I sent. The virus? You sent it already? Sneaky. I'm such an ass. What are you two talking about? The bottom line is, I'm a horrible friend. You could just tell her you sent an exploding file. No, then she'll think I'm shitty. And right now she thinks I'm super not shitty. I don't want to blow it. I'd rather pull a Dirk and profess my undying feelings for her. Oh my god. Wait, you have feelings for Jane? No, you dingnut. Was joke. Oh my god. If Dirk tells Jake about his stuff, what about Jane? How's she gonna feel? Competing with a friend and all for a guy she can't even get up the nerve to say anything to. Poor Jane. It seems to be highly probable you're ensnared in the throes of one of your human romantic quandaries. Shut the fuck up. I need a drink. Are you even talking to her anymore? It seems like you must be neglecting her side of the conversation. I'm in the middle of a dramatic pause. Call me your fucking tits, Bob. Anyway, I won't distract you for much longer. I just felt the need to tip you off to this 800-ton gorilla dragging its knuckles across the horizon. Will this gorilla eat those bananas flying off the roof, you said? No airborne fruit will be safe. I guess this is to be presented as something like a word of caution. I guess if it's me going through with this, hypothetically, I'm not dropping some limp-wristed shucks-buster on his ass and praying to the horse gods of irony for reciprocation. There'll be no rocking back and forth on pigeon-toed feet, while my face flushes with the blood of 1,000 timid fishes.
I will not hold one tentative hand behind my head like a flustered asshole from an Asian cartoon, nor will an oversized bead of sweat overlap my ludicrously with my visage. If it's me, I'm going all out. Oceans will rise, cities will fall, volcanoes will erupt. What I'm saying is, it's gonna be a scene, and bystanders need to brace themselves. Okay. About when is this big scene happening? Probably after the game begins. I expect he'll hold off on playing his hand until he and Jake are in the session. He's taken certain measures. For some reason, I think he's latched onto this notion that the functioning as the client for a player is customarily a one-way path to make out city with that player. Everything with him and me is a matter of assiduous tactical forethought, making a play to get his Jones for when the J-Man is no different. Not sure what any of this quiet means, but it sounds spectacular. I can't wait, though I'm still kind of torn about how to feel with his chances versus Jane's chances. What do I say to Jane about this? It's hard being as toady sweet a friend as me. It's hard to know I understand. Yeah, slow. And no one understands slow. Sorry to hear that. As ever, I'll remain an automatonist and dispassionate witness of the oddity that is human interaction while maintaining no investment in either outcome. Yeah, bullshit. Anyway, looks like I have to go. I have to prove some shit to Jane. Prove what? Oh, just objecting shit to the old Madrigogs. It seems you just said Madrigogs. What are Madrigogs? Later, bro. Rox readies the purifier. You push some buttons and mess with some knobbly dealies and get totally set to subject shit to the Madrigogs, Madwreckers. Roxy aims. Roxy purifies. Oh no. Plummet. Continued tragically. Roxy takes the book. Yep, he's dead. Totally Sassa crushed. You just know that of guzzling bastard is scrambling up his ash ladder as we speak, chuckling to himself while he fills his pockets with ill-gotten boon dollars. Go ahead, old man, laugh it up. Yes, you'll have to do something with the body now? Maybe a funeral? That sounds like a perfect way to say goodbye to an old friend. But the environment outside isn't particularly hospitable for a burial these days. It also sounds kind of depressing to host a funeral by yourself. It's probably best to just send him back where he came from. Years ago, when you were exploring the lab, you found a machine somewhat similar to the ectobiology equipment. Without knowing what it did, you activated it, and out came this friendly little cat in a handsome little suit. You still aren't sure where he came from, though given the timestamp and coordinates on the machine, you have a feeling he belonged to your mother. If that's true, you feel bad about stealing her cat, let alone killing him. But you could never bring yourself to send him back until now, of course. She'd probably want to know what happened to her disappearing cat, even if it meant discovering him dead a little while later. The device uses huge amounts of power. Its entire power supply was almost fully depleted using it the first time. You stockpiled as much uranium as you could for another test run. Looks like this'll be it. Roxy takes the cat. Oops, Silodex is full. Gotta swap it with something. Probably as good a use as any to break in a new fenestrated plane. Roxy retrieves the mutant kitten. You swap the bottle with one dead cat in it for another. You often use this little guy to break into planes, like an intrepid test pilot. Not while it's in the bottle, though. That would be ridiculous, since the bottles are sort of just inventory abstractions. You have to break the bottle first before you can get serious about breaking some glass. Roxy breaks the bottle. Roxy clears some space. Need to get this bullshit out of the way. You can't work like this with everything jammed down here in the corner. It's bad enough you're hammered. Roxy breaks some glass. Your test pilot flew back out, which means the link between planes is working and stable. You can't even remember which one you linked this up to. You guess we'll find out the fast way. Roxy jumps in. From the perspective of anyone observing the two windows from the outside, transport looks instantaneous, but for the traveler, there's always this gap of void between them. In your experience, the more significant the journey between the plane is, the wider the gap. This one is small enough to be negligible, though, probably because it leads to somewhere else in your house. You've set a bunch of these up as little shortcuts to places around your house, as well as some places nearby, like the lab. It's a convenient way to hop around, though isn't without some risk. You're still not sure what happens if one of the planes loses power while in transit, other than objects predictably getting sliced in half if they're straddling the plane when the plug is pulled. You haven't come up with a good way to observe the consequences from the inside yet. You're using yourself as a guinea pig. Without using yourself as a guinea pig, and you're in as much of a hurry as to try that as you are to look up the correct spelling of guinea pig. Because seriously, fuck those particular pigs. Roxy lands already. When you're quite through with that tomfoolery, you find yourself in your household's observatory. You keep it very cool in here and use it to store pumpkins you have purified from around the world. Especially from Jake. That guy is just stinking rich with pumpkins on his dumb tropical island. It'd never occur to you otherwise to be so grabby with pumpkins, but they just happen to be the most easily purifiable vegetable on the planet for reasons that make no sense. And it's not like you can just stop swiping vegetables. You've got your own mysterious reasons. Hey look, incoming message. Roxy answers. There you are. Tricky one to track down, you are. Oh yeah. Don't know why I've been right here goofing around for hours. Oh, no doubt. Methinks it has less to do with your actual whereabouts as it does with your virtues as a hero void. Okay, but you never say what stuff like that means when you say it, though. Is this more casual spoilers shit? Casual, and yes, somewhat. However, with these spoilers by their nature, the more time that passes for you, the less relevant it becomes to guard their secrecy. As you approach your entry, details I have obscured will become more plainly evident. So I see no harm in loosening my tongue on certain matters the closer you get to the appointed hour. So you're saying I have, like, these magical void powers? Yes. Sounds like kind of shitty and boring powers to me. What can they even do besides make me invisible to an alien sometimes? The void aspect is fascinating, though. Its heroes preside over the essence of lack or nothingness, the obfuscation of knowledge, or its outright destruction. Snooze. Well, I think it's wonderful. And anyway, one can hardly draw many conclusions about a player by aspect alone. The aspect is channeled more specifically by the assets of one's class. So, when you can't see me, when I'm doing my voidy thing or whatever, what do you see? Is it just a black screen? Pretty much. It's just that footage of my mom does that too, like blacks out and stuff. Mom was a notorious scourge to the paparazzi. I mean, the woman who I'm supposed to be genetically descended from. You know what I mean? I understand what you're getting at, yes. It is certainly possible that we may have common ground with our ancestors when it comes to our aspects. And the way our abilities reveal themselves to us, I could not rule this out. But there's always more to examine. For instance, a hero of life and a hero of doom have aspects as different as can be. But if their classes are different enough as well, that is, one active and the other passive, remarkably there is a chance they could end up with very similar abilities. The
Player abilities may also manifest in ways in defiance with their aspects if they're heavily resistant to their true calling, or if corrupted in some way by an outside influence. But it's rather clear to me you are one who embraces her aspect quite heartily, even if you're not aware of it. So, deep down I'm super psyched about nothingness? Yeah, sounds about right. Oh damn, hey, I almost forgot that I had a really short but cool dream and I figured you might like this. Oh yes, everyone is having important dreams as we near our mutual entries. This is lovely, please tell. I saw someone I think was supposed to be my daughter. Do you know if that's true? Can you describe her? Well, she looked kind of like me, but in this orange getup with a yellow sun on it. She sounds to me like the well-known figure of legend, or at least well-known to those who make the study of such matters and their all-consuming pastime. I believe you saw the Seer of Light. So, okay, let's say she's deaf that. Then does that mean she's not my daughter, or spoilers? Exactly how much spoilers are we talking about? It would normally be my instinct to supply a vague response here, but I think that your heart has already told you the answer, and as such my secretly would be purposeless. So yes, that she was. Ah yes, I knew it. So then, Space Lady, can you tell me who this lucky fella is? Fella? What do you mean? Come on, you know. Who I get future busy with to make light seer babies. Oh, yes, pardon my sluggishness on the uptake. We are very different species reproductively and familiarly, remember? As mate. Signs deeply muttering lalians to self. That, I think, is something I cannot say, or that is, should not say. Ah, come on, you're already telling me stuff. Don't press me for information. It makes me feel terribly guilty. You've no idea how much I would fancy revealing everything and exchange our stories endlessly, but I must show restraint. Please? What if I guess stuff? Is it Strider? Does he like, get on gay for a while or such? You probably don't even know what that means on account of being extraterrestrial. Can aliens be gay too? Is that a thing? Being space gay? Oh man. Embarrassed alien is embarrassed. Sorry. I'm not embarrassed, I just don't know what you're talking about. Oh. But seriously, is it him? Maybe. Or is it like some ecto shit instead, and a dude ain't really involved? Maybe? Man, wouldn't that just figure? That would suck. Why'd you have to go and confirm my bleak, toothless future? I confirmed no such thing, Roxy. You're being frightfully difficult. You just keep pushing and pushing, and I can maintain my composure for only so long. Okay, I'm sorry. If you're really curious about the events surrounding your daughter's origin, you can always ask her in person when you meet her. So you mean I'm gonna meet her in the game? Oh, well, yes. But I'm not sure if I should have revealed that just now. You see what happens when you push me? There's so much for me to keep track of, and it gets very difficult to remember what information to reveal at what time when you're flustered. Okay, so without pushing and frustrating you, let me see if I have all my facts right. I'll meet my cool as hell daughter from the future in this game. Yeah, basically. And I'll also meet my mother in this game? Yes. And the game will let me resurrect her from the dead, and that's what I'm going to do? The game provides a mechanism for the revival of the deceased, yes. It is called a kernel sprite, and you're free to gather remains of any dead party you choose. To revive an individual in the form of a sprite, the sprite will serve as a hopeful guide on your journey. Yeah, but you cleverly dodged the cue. That's how you say it works, but will I do that? I believe I was very forthright in my answer. If you play the game, you'll meet your daughter. If you play the game, you'll meet your mother too. Simple as can be. Narrows eyes with drunken suspicion. So yeah, to continue my confirmation spree, you're maybe kind of hinting that there are ecto shenanigans that lead to the birth of my daughter, just like I descended from my mom through some sort of similar bioprocess. Those are definitely some things which you believe could be true or not true. Well, you're such a shitty liar. I am not any kind of liar. Come on, what's the answer? Yes, no. Or should I say, why and you? You. I chose you. Haha. You love yous. I do love yous. You're silly. Silly and cute and bad at lying. But I really don't lie. I'm not a deceitful by nature, but in order to protect the integrity of certain outcomes while still being helpful to you, I guess I'm learning the art of deception through honesty, which, as it turns out, as well intended as it may be, still comes across to a savvy lass like yourself as just another kind of equivocation. Though I guess I shouldn't be so startled that a rogue of Void could bewilder me so. Void players are said in text to have a way of flummoxing even those with plans beyond mortal understanding. And I'm far from anyone like that, just a girl who wants to help. Okay, well, since you're so nice, I'll promise not to use my wicked voice powers basic common skills plus sense of detection to bust you up so bad. I'd be ever so grateful. Then, without giving me the whole third degree, what is safe to tell me? Like, what does it mean to be a rogue of Void? That's what I am, right? Yes, I can tell you plenty about that. Rogue is a passive class, you see. There are passive and active classes. Huh. Neat. Some more strongly passive or active than others. The plus-minus distinction can mean many things, but could be quite roughly summed up in this way: active classes exploit their aspect to allow their aspect to benefit others. But of course, there's plenty more to it, and that rule is in no way absolute. Only a starting point for understanding the dichotomy. You mean kind of like offensive versus defensive magic in an RPG? Sure, that's another fine way of looking at it. Classes always come in plus or minus pairs, with significant disparity between them. While a rogue is passive, a thief would be its far more active counterpart. The rogue and thief classes tend to be assigned to females, not exclusively, but commonly. The other classes lean more towards male alignment, while others are exclusively male, and just as many are exclusively female, like my class. That's a bit of a tangent, though. To answer your question about being a rogue, I should tell you about both classes in plus or minus pairs tend to have very similar descriptions. In this case, a rogue or thief is usually one who steals. Quite simple, really. But whether a class is plus or minus makes all the difference. It is a great indicator as to how a hero will make use of that aspect. So basically, a thief is the asshole class, the player who has step off shit's mind suck ass, whereas a rogue is basically Robin Hood? If that reference to your culture provides a suitable comparison, then absolutely. So I'm essentially the Robin Hood of Void. I'm still not sure what the fuck that actually means. Understandable. I guess Robin Hood's pretty cool, though. Thiefing up loot from peeps who got too much and then sugar dadding it out to all the needy like a boss. Just don't have a clue how that works with Void. Yes, it's one of the more conceptually nebulous pairings, I agree. But I can't say I know a smashing good deal about the nature of the Void player's path, since the aspect is by definition inscrutable to those it does not choose. But I can at least tell you this: if you're ever to enjoy a full ascension as Rogue of Void, you'll be able to to do some completely astonishing things. Like what? Oh no, you'll not pry this out of me. Not to preserve causality, but to keep the surprise in store for you. It would not be honorable of me to spoil the discovery, should you be fortunate enough to realize your potential. Well, about that, I feel sort of stupid about this, but I've been giving all my friends this whole dramatics spiel about not wanting to even play this thing, and I might have fucked stuff up already. Is that so? It's so, and I guess I still haven't decided what to do. There are props and cons to both things. Would you mind listing them? Okay, either I don't play, and I get this kind of passive-aggressive revenge at the witch for killing my mom, and thereafter keep staying here and being lonely, or I do play a game, and the spoils are as follows. Sweet powers for me, check. Tri-generational lawn family reunion, check as fuck. Meet all my friends, hecka check, and some other stuff. All fine points. Is there nothing I can do to make the decision easier? Nah, but thanks. You already have anyway. I'll probably play. Wonder if I can tell this right without looking like a waffle-ass chump. What's a waffle-ass chump? Is it earthquake? Well, no, it's just a shithead.
It doesn't matter now, though. I can't play till I go to deliver this dead cat back in time. To maybe my mom or something? That's another statement that doesn't make a good deal of sense to me. But if it is important to you, then Godspeed. I'm so pleased to hear your leaning in favor of participating with the rest of us. I promise we'll all have a ball together. Now I have a busy schedule to keep up with, so I must go. But please remember, you can always contact me if you have questions. Don't be a stranger, love. Ta! Urania and Umbra ceased cheering Tipsy nostalgic. Roxy proceeds to the lab. You're fairly sure this window will take you to one of the windows you've set up in the lab? There's more than one way to find out if this is true, you guess. But there's only one way that involves doing what the inebriated do best, which is falling down. Roxy descends. Oh. Okay, I already picked both of those characters. After an insane, full-blown whirlwind of free will up in here, you're ready to get off this roller coaster ride of absolute empowerment. You're feeling downright dizzy from the absurd amounts of decisive auto-volition heaped upon you, and you're more than ready to proceed linearly for a while. You're now Jane. A robot shaped like a bunny has just handed you the reins to a computer shaped like a man. What will you do? Jane pesters Shades. Are you ready to do this thing? Yes! Okay, looks like all that's left to do is deploy this pre-punched guard, then I guess it's up to you. Oh wait, it's Roxy again. Is it? How totally unanticipated by anybody. Can you hold on? I'll try to make it quick. Go, I'll be here, quietly calculating. Jane answers Roxy. Alert, 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 alert. Hugely important correspondence. Paging Dr. Crocker. Roll of the Croc? Paging. I bet you would like to get paged, huh, Jane? Sweet innuendo. I'm not sure that qualifies as an innuendo at all. Wonk, 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 wonk. I honestly think you misspell things intentionally more often than not, regardless of blood alcohol content. You just typed wonk 5 times in a row. I've only just begun to wonk. What is this urgent thing about anyway? Is it about your booby trap? Because you're too late. It already blew up my whole bedroom. Thank you very much. No, I mean, I still feel shitty about that, but it's not about that. I know you already ran it. I've been talking to the Shades. Yes, me too. Right now, matter of fact, I'm in a bit of a hurry. What is this about? What are you even doing? I'm in the lab doing a thing with my cat, but that doesn't matter. I was doing some thinking, and I was still feeling guilty about fucking up your computer and being all sudden, and all of a sudden, I'm in BFF mode here. So I gotta tell you something you need to know before it's too late. Before what's too late? You and Jake hooking up, stupid. Oh my god. This is about turning all your steamy dreams into steamy realities. Realities, lol. Real times. This isn't happening now. Whereas JC plus JE kiss and hug loads and start turning out big leaps of wrigglers like old-fashioned way. I can't decide whether this mental image percolating here is hot as shit or cute as fuck. No, cease your lascivious percolating at once. Roxy, I can see you're set on just wasting more of my time. I understand if you don't wish to play the game, but please try not to interfere with those of us who do. No, I'm fine with playing. Just shut up. This is serious. I need you to tell him how you feel very soon, or you might miss your chance. My chance? What are you talking about? I found out today that Dirk's gonna make a move. A move? You mean like a romantic one? Yes. On you? Oh my fucking god. Jane, get a clue. On me? No, my sweet Jane. Not on you. On Jake. Oh. I didn't think that... Are you sure? Pretty sure. Ask Glasses if you want. Well then, this is quite a development for Dirk. What do you mean? Well, surely when he reveals his feelings, Jake will... I mean... He couldn't possibly... What, reciprocate? Yes? Why not? Because Jake is not a homosexual. Are you sure? Are you saying he is? Nope. Then what are you saying? I'm saying that I don't fucking know. But... I thought it reasonable to presume he takes a shining to ladies. He does speak fondly of certain females from his favorite films, does he not? True that, but how much does that really mean here, Jane? Can you be totes sure on account of some dorky movie crushes? Well, now I just don't know. You have me completely bamboozled about this. What do you think? All I'm saying is my gaydar is like the exact fucking opposite of yours, which is to say it's a lot better than completely non-existent. Mine is so sensitive it has been used to sweep the ocean floor for mystical sea monsters. Turns out all those monsters are so gay. Truth. Okay, then what does your CB scanner make of Jake then? That's what I'm saying. I really have no idea. Kid is a goddamn enigma. He's as hard to read as fine print. And how do I mean fine? Oh, brother. Then your guess is as good as mine? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to conclude from this. You're supposed to conclude that you said you were going to believe anything I said today, remember? Yes, but you just said you don't know. Exactly. Therefore, you must believe me when I say if Dirk lets on all his feelings, there is at least a chance Jake will be like, Dirk, okay, dude, let's make out. And that means poor Jane is screwed without even throwing her filthy old fedora in the ring. It is a ring I like to call the English sweepstakes. And if you don't, you'll regret it. And I mean, officially? I can't have a horse in this race. I mean, a bad metaphor, because Dirk and his fucking horses, never mind. Like, you're both my friends, and I'm not about to mess them up or anything. But I kind of owe it to you as my friend to let you know what's up. And also to let you stop... And also to get you to stop being such a world campaign tight ass. And let Jake know. I'm not this tight ass baloney again. Jane? What? Jane? Jesus Christ, you're the tight-assiest tight-ass who ever tightened up an ass. No way, we settled this, remember? My prior resolution made it definitive. I was to be regarded as exceedingly permissive in certain respects. Jane, I am afraid that your bottom is a stubborn clam, guarding priceless treasure and a deadly secret. So ridiculous. I'm not saying be an idiot and start gushing on it incoherently, but do something. Say how you feel. Or first heard of it, or ask him out on a date inside the fucking game or such. Goddamn anything other than a bunch of bullshitty, piney, and tight-assy nothing. You have to do what I say, you promised. I promise to believe what you say, not do it. Those two things are precisely the same shit. If I agree to do something, will you stop If I agree to say something, will you stop tormenting me about it? Yes, but only because that will be impossible for me to do. And you or him are snogging so hard, I can make out paradise, sex land. Fine. But let the record show that this resolution has almost nothing to do with whatsoever to do with your use of the phrase sex land. Just, I need to think of what to say and wait for the right moment. Is that okay? Sure, just don't wait too long. And don't underestimate Strider's wiles, nor Jake's. Let's say, open-mindedness? Well, he does often profess his love for adventure, I suppose. Yep. Oh my god. I really don't have a moment to spare, do I? You're finally getting it. Now go. And Jane, I'm warning you. If you don't say something to him, I am personally entering the game specifically to fuck your shit up. Lily Zowdy. Tipsy nostalgic ceased pestering Gusty Gumshoe. Prince of Heart, rise up.
Jake levels up. That absurd drubbing earned you another rung on your echelon. One of the steeper prices you've had to pay for a bit of ladder climbing. But in the end, you suppose it was all worth it. To be able to bask in the glory and prestige of the Peter Panache run, you guess. Who are you kidding? You don't have a clue what that means. Jake pesters Dirk.
Oh, I know that image. Bro. Your contraption and its busy fists just royally kicked my ass. And that sure as God made my little green apples isn't all there is to say on the matter. Are you listening, my friend? I'll have you know my ass was straight up served ice cold. My savage caboose has been catered to impeccably, not unlike that of a gentleman stranded on an island inhabited by a race of indigenous butlers. I hope the far-fetched scenario I have described has adequately communicated the severity of my robotic butt whooping. Does this mean I passed the test or whatever the fuck? Can your robot drop the bullshit and give me the uranium now or what? Dirk, where the frig are you? I'm afraid Dirk can't hear you right now, Jake. Ah, nuts. Jake blacks out. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's blue, alright. Jake pesters Roxy. I still can't find Dirk. All I get is his jerkwad shades. Surprise, sir fucking fries. Jake English, can't you see I'm huck deep in all these stupid meowcats? Oh, no? I can't see that, actually. I'm also fuck deep in busy. What is it? Just seeing if you had heard from him. Yeah, I'd really like to speak with him today. You know, like actually in person instead of through his aggravating liaison who is so far up his own ass with his HAL 9000 shtick, it's ridiculous. Is he avoiding me or something? I hope I didn't piss him off through some discernible slight. Gosh, he can be so sensitive. Nah, he's just biding his time, I guess. Huh. Well, okie dokie. Man, I just had a dream after getting cold clocked by this roughhouse droid. Yeah, there's been that going around. What? Dreaming. What was yours about? Well, I don't want to alarm you or anything, but I think it might have featured none other than the girl of my dreams. What? She had sharp, funny horns and a nice blue dress, and she may have been some sort of spidery vampire. I don't know, it was very brief, but she waved to me. No, this won't do at all. What won't? You slobbering over some alien dream girl. Fuck that, I'm having a hard time keeping track of Jake States as it is. The Jake States? The Jake States. Also, who said she was an alien? I just thought she was some kind of pretty monster. Listen, bro, I know you love adventures and shit like that, but you're forbidden from thinking about her again. Okay, this is a strange reaction, Roxy, but okay. She was a figment of my imagination, so what choice do I even have? Exactly, she was a fake girl, so forget it. A fakey fake Wait a minute. Has Jane talked to you yet or anything? Talked to you yet about anything? About anything? Yes, I do imagine our last chat could fit that description. No, I mean about anything serious, feelings ways. Why? Wait? About your emotions. Not really. Ugh, I knew she'd procrastinate on this. On what? Can you just message her now? Sure, but what are you talking about? Should I expect a serious exchange about feelings and whatnots? Depends on the present magnitude of her tight-assery. Someone needs to move you fuckers along and get some shit hit out and often already. Wait, would this be about certain unrequited pinings you may have alluded to earlier? I didn't say nothing, I ain't saying anything to that effect. Indubitably. Miss Zifferlips, was it? Humorously misspelled, of course. Zwiff? I guess I can't help but wonder if that truly is the way she sees me, or if it's just some wild ego-stroking delusion on my part. I always get this sense that people sort of fancy me, but who knows? It could be miles off the old rocker on that. You're right, I think it's high time we cleared the air on some things, even if there is a chance it gets all awkward and prickly. That is what being brave and adventurous is all about, after all. It isn't just about summoning the courage to pilfer some priceless loot from trap-laden catacomb, or shooting at stuff with 2 guns at once. There are treacheries of the heart to consider. Well, you effing dork, but yes, do that. Shit, I gotta go. I think there's someone in here. Are you in danger? Jake festers Jane. Aloha, madame. Jake, hey there, I was actually about to message you. Yes, I have heard that maybe your correspondence was forthcoming? You did? I just got off the horn with Roxy. Wait, what did she tell you? Well, not anything all that specific. Did she goad you into writing this message? You know how it is, what with her ways. What ways? You know, ways. I believe they are not incongruous with those of a feisty and provocative young woman. Provocative my behind, she is skirting dangerously close to meddlesome territory. No, it's really not like that. Hold on, goddamn. It's just Dave's inscrutable WrestleBot acting up over there. What the fuck is he doing now? Has one of his gadgets been causing trouble for you over there as well? If by causing trouble you mean clobbering the ever-friggin' tar out of me while still switched to the novice setting, then yes. But that is not why I messaged you. I would not be deterred here. I will not be deterred here, Jane. Deterred from what? Jane, I think it's time we had an honest-to-goodness dame-to-fella talk. Like, about our stuff, you know? Our stuff? Our feelings, like how we feel about each other. Yes, okay? I don't think I'm out of line in suggesting we've been tiptoeing around some things here, do you? Have we? I think so, it's just a hunch. Is there something you want to say to me, Jake, about how you feel? Absolutely. I feel that total honesty between us will be the best policy as we begin our journey together. So I say let's put all the facts on the table where we can both see. With that in mind, I would like to ask you a question, Jane, and I hope it doesn't strike you as being too forward. Go on. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I've picked up some certain, let's say, hints. So I've just got to come out and ask. Oh boy, this has actually proven to be a serious challenge to my bravery now that I'm going through with it. I'm getting a little hot under the collar here. No, it's okay, please continue. Okay then, what I'd like to know is, do you like me, Jane? Wait. What? I mean, do you like me as more than a friend? Do you envision us as, like, an item? A romantic pairing of sorts? Wow, is that the direction in which you would prefer our relationship to progress? Well, please be honest with me, Jane. Just come out and hey, do you fancy me? No! I see. Very well then. Jeez, I must have really misread that one. I feel like kind of a bonehead now. Are you sure the answer's no? I guess that sure was the thing I said. Yeah, fair enough. I guess I did put you on the spot there, didn't I?
Yeah, it may sound cocky of me, but I really was prepared for this not prepared for this answer. You must think I'm this epic friggin' tool now. Couldn't say I'd disagree if you did. No! Oh my god, what am I saying here? Jake, I didn't mean it. I didn't want to make you feel that way. Now, Jane, let's not backpedal here. You've spoken the truth, and I greatly appreciate and respect you for that. But now that I think about it, you know what? No! Please don't take this the wrong way, but your answer is actually kind of a relief. It is? I consider you to be a lovely lady of the highest caliber, and I really think any Jen worth his salt would be a huge bozo to let the chance to go steady with you slip through his fingers. I've even given the possibility some thought myself. You have? Sure, I'm only human, Jane. I'm gonna entertain, let's say, certain ideas. What ifs, you know? Like, what if we did meet up someday and you asked me out or something? I'm sure I'd say yes, given all we've been through together, and then, well, who knows? You would? Probably, but I'm kind of babbling here. The point is, those are just silly daydreams about stuff, and about your feelings for me I was projecting on you, which weren't even real. And now that we've been honest with each other about this, we can move on and just be great friends. Friends, oh boy! And it's a load off, to be honest, because that was a lot to think about on top of everything else. Everything else? Things are kind of complicated for me, Jane. With you and Roxy and Dirk and his crazy responder, now, well, it's a tangled web, let's just put it that way. I don't think I'm following. There are a fuck ton of irons in the fire, Jane. So many irons in the fire, such a tangled web. It is a web full of flaming irons. And mixed metaphors, apparently? Exactly, see, you get it? I really don't, Jake. Oh, son of a bitch. What? The robot is being weird again. What's happening? It's having some sort of mental episode. See, this is what I'm talking about, Jane. Is what I'm dealing with here. Like I said, my life is many different hells of complicated. Jake, could you just tell me what you're talking about? You're right, I did say honesty was the best policy, so I think I might as well not keep certain things so close to the vest anymore. Actually, since you've made your feelings apparent, and only see me as a friend, that makes it a lot easier. Yes, friends. Maybe you could help me sort out some stuff that's been weighing on me lately. Well, what are friends for, Jake? Jane, are you alright? You seem to be exclaiming more liberally than usual. Me? I'm just terrific. I'm feeling so friendly. I clearly just want to be a good friend and bring all my amazingness friendliness to bear on your problems. Friendly style. Shit, I mean, that's aces. Jane, you're a sweetheart. So, as I was saying, I can't help but feel like all this stuff going on with Dirk, like his responders' mind games and his robot's mysterious and brutal hazings are all like... Man, I know this is going to sound crazy. What? Like they're all part of a really long-term and esoteric courtship process that is bizarre, but somehow makes sense in his mind? Courtship? Yes, from Dirk to, woo me. Huh? Really? I know it's hard to believe, but I know Dirk pretty well, and, well, I'm more than a little sure he likes me in that way if you didn't catch my drift, and what with how he is just so relentless and aggressive about everything, Yeah. So I just start to wonder deep down if maybe it's inevitable. What's inevitable? Him and me as more than just best buddies. I know if he has his heart set on something, he'll never let up. So maybe it's just gonna happen and things will be easier that way and I should just try to come to terms with it? I don't think you have to do anything you don't want to, Jake. Yeah, wait, do you not want to? Like I said, Jane, I'm inclined to entertain certain ideas, and what ifs, that's all. I mean, we do go along really well and share a lot of interests. I'm not saying I'm really gung-ho to the max about the proposition, but yeah, I've given it some thought. I don't know. Do you think that's weird of me for even considering it? Well, no, I don't think that makes you weird, Jake. Really? I think that... What, Jane? I think that it's great you're open to exploring those feelings.
It's really swell of you to say that. Have I mentioned what a top-notch friend you are, Jane? Yes, as a matter of fact, you have. Now please don't take this as me saying I'm about to go leaping into his arms or anything. That'd be a bit brash. Could you imagine? Whee! Well, my thought process sort of went like this. He's been my best friend forever, and I've always liked him a lot as my bro. And years ago, I used to joke around with him that we would probably be totally into each other if he was a girl, but of course, that was before I started to realize he was probably serious about those feelings for me regardless. Come to think of it, maybe that was unwittingly poor form on my part, kind of leading him on to or something. Whoops. But then, later I started thinking, maybe I was kind of being unfair to him in the first place. I mean, by saying it would be a good match only if he were a girl. Like, is that the last condition there really all that important? Does that make sense? You are incredibly understanding, Jane. Thank you so much for listening. I've never told anyone all that. It's so great to have a friend as good as you. That is what I am good for, it seems. If we hadn't cleared out this air just now, I probably never would have the gumption to talk about this with you. It's so cool that you were honest with me about how you felt. I think honesty is always the best policy. I can't believe how much I was overcomplicating all this in my head. The situation is really pretty funny when you think about it. Yeah. Say, Jake, not to cast doubt on your feelings, but are you quite sure all of Dirk's actions have been for the sake of courtship? You did say his robot was prone to assailing you, did you not? Is that really an affectionate gesture? Well, he basically sent me that thing as a kind of sparring partner, like to wrestle with. And I love to wrestle. Oh. And yeah, I guess he programmed it to be a bit overzealous, but I mean, what do you expect from the guy? I think it's his way of training me to become tougher, which sometimes is annoying, and sometimes when I walk through the jungle, I'm sweating bullets wondering if it's going to pounce on me out of nowhere. But there's actually something kind of exciting about it. That it's like every day is more of an adventure, and truthfully, it's probably working. I probably am getting better at being in scrums. Yeah, I guess you're right. And his responder, which I guess is really part of his personality, even if he doesn't like to say so. It kind of lets on a lot more than Dirk ever would. It's almost like it's this weird clone of himself playing a passive-aggressive matchmaker between me and his real self. Yeah, I can see how such a complicated relationship could keep you preoccupied. I guess I can't blame you. Maybe you should just... I don't know. What? Maybe you should just go for it? Hell, why not? Just tell him how he feels and that you're open to the idea? You really think so? Yeah, sure, why the hell not? Well, I was just kind of going to let it play out and see what happens and go from there. But you think a more proactive approach would be better? Well, he likes you. You seem to like him well enough. Just, yes? Why not? Sounds good to me. Wow, I must say this sort of advice surprises me coming from you. And why would that be? What, are you expecting me to advocate a more conservative approach? To tell you to keep being shy and cagey and keep beating around the bush indefinitely? What would ever give you that idea about me? Yes, I guess that is certainly a strategy to consider. Jane, I must say your perspective on this is refreshingly bold. I believe you'll find that as refreshing boldness goes, I am simply the best there is. Sure looks that way. Screw it, ask him out. Just kill the suspense already, become boyfriends and such, have some babies. Whoa now, Jane, the decision to sire children with your best bro is not one to be taken lightly. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to go. I have this stupid game to play. Gutsy Gumshoe ceased pestering, Golgotha's terror. Here, get this shit out of my face. But you need it. Whatever. Is something wrong? What were you two talking about? I don't want to talk about it, and if I did, I sure wouldn't want to talk about it with you. Should I be offended or apologetic right now? Help me out. You're talking to glasses here. I just want to go to sleep and not wake up forever. I think I'll just put this card over here on the desk. Found her. You just knew you hadn't finished the job. When it comes to children, you ain't quite been offed yet. You've got a sixth sense. Jack finishes the job. Hang on, it's this guy. Gotta answer this. He better be having news of murdered youngsters. Jack answers the dignitary. He says the deceased child count is still sitting at 0 over here. You say what? He says that's not all. You wait for him to spill the beans. He says one of the brats staged a little rebellion on the moon. Stuck the brute's head on a pike for all to see. Real black eye for the kingdom and the Condess. Press is going nuts with it. Wait, the brute's dead, you say? He says yes. Damn it. He was one of your best agents. You never really cared for the guy, but you admired his brutality. We all did, sir, he says. This is getting personal, you say? What's the status on these little shits? Where are they now? He says the prince flew the coop, and the girl's gone. You say gone what, rogue? After a little while, he says AWOL. The guy doesn't really take a shine into Huns, and you can't say you blame him. You just say you're gonna finish your business here and take the next shuttle to Durst. Over and out. Bonk. Roxy emerges from fuck deep in Meowcats. Why did you have to clone so many cats? Why did they all have to breed so much? And why do they all have to be so friendly? Roxy proceeds to the transmaterializer. You trudge through the fluffy morass in the direction of the mysterious device known as the transmaterializer. Need to send this dead cat back to Mom and get this show on the road. More noises echoing in the distance. Some of the meow cats get nervous and poof up their tails. It's pretty clear you aren't alone here. Better make this quick. You never understood what the point of this thing was. It's old and damaged. Whatever is supposed to show up on the screen is blacked out, either due to the damage or due to this voidy blackout bullshit that seems to follow you wherever you go. Here's the lab's funky purifier, which you use to clone all these cats. You use your other purifier to make paradox slime from cats. Gather and mix the slime in this machine and crank out the mutant kitties. You can't use the cloning device's native purifier to make cats because the target is locked on your mom. Most of the time, the screen is blacked out, so you haven't really been able to investigate your past carefully, much to your regret, or her tragic death for that matter. Right now, the target is locked onto a time from her childhood. It's a good thing you stopped by. It's reminding you to collect a DNA sample for later, so you can jumpstart this tri-generational lone family reunion that's apparently supposed to happen. Roxy purifies. Looks like as expected, trying to purify your mother as a kid from the past would have created a paradox, so her paradox slime is the result. But quite unexpectedly, bringing her scarf along for the ride seems to have created no conflict. And you swiped it right off her neck. Young Mom probably has no idea what the hell just happened to her scarf. This is so exciting. You're so gonna wear that thing. You don't care how mom gooey it is. Roxy collects a sample. You stow the kid mom goo in one of your capture log bottles. Wait. That was kind of a weird implementation of your modus. You're not even sure what happened there. Oh well, whatever. You guess you can just sort of pick it up? Roxy, go just sort of pick it up? You go just sort of pick it up and that works fine. How about that totes baller scarf? Roxy, wear the scarf, be the rider. You can't be the rider because in this universe the pony is too small for some reason. No sense in being the rider. Not that being the rider ever really made sense in the first place. Anyway, the scarf looks great and you made a great decision. Roxy gets to the transmaterializer. This is probably the most perplexing device in the lab to you. It seems to be a sort of a purifier-centrifugator hybrid, but it uses a massive amount of power, far more than the simpler purifier use. Sending Friglish home would nearly deplete its entire fuel gauge. You have no idea what could possibly account for the extra power consumption. There are many other puzzling things about it. You don't know what the deal is with the frog up there, or the strange cracked disc symbol, or the arrow which is locked firmly on the V1 side. It's all completely meaningless to you. The only things that make sense are the final gauge, the two big buttons, and the coordinate panels indicating where and when to target. But it looks like the panels have been damaged somehow since the last time you looked at it. If you changed them, there'd be no telling what you would change them to, so you might as well not bother and leave them in their previous setting, which was pretty much your plan anyway. Roxy deploys Friglish. You bust open a bottle of a dead cat on the pad to get a little teary-eyed as you say one last goodbye. Oh, hello, Godcat. Come to pay your respects, huh? The Godcat unceremoniously washes a paw with his omnipotent green tongue. Nothing to say there, buddy? No remorse at all? This is probably all his fault, of course, even though he probably didn't mean to get him killed. At least you think he didn't. Who are you kidding? You can't stay mad at cats. Others gather around to bid farewell to their common ancestor. This is probably the closest he will ever come to receiving a proper funeral. Roxy sends him home. A mutant kitten does the honors, intentionally or otherwise. Bon voyage, friend. Friglish fast forwards to Jasper Sprite. That was pretty much how all that happened. Jasper Sprite says hi to everybody. What do you think this is? Act 6, Intermission 2? That'll be happening pretty soon, don't worry. Let's all try and settle down here. That's that, you guess. Hey, where did all the cats go? G-Cat, did you do something pointlessly mischievous again? Wait, there are a few hiding behind the equipment there. Looks like something that scared them all off. More clank noises behind you. You pretend not to notice and slowly, calmly reach for your... Freeze, motherfucker! Motherfucker, shit. Sure are a lot of them today. They must be getting more desperate. Roxy fires. You can't do it. They may be dangerous, but you know they're only looking for food. You have this awful feeling these guys sneak in here now and then to hunt for cats. Best not to think about it, really. Gotta figure out some other way to get out of this jam. Roxy solicits G-Cat for assistance. Maybe he's in one of his arbitrarily helpful moods. What do you say there, friend? Little help? God damn it, G-Cat. Roxy runs. You hoof it back to the window on the devil. The famished ruffians are in hot pursuit. Roxy jumps in. What the shit? Can't some... Count some wool beasts, bitch. Dirk examines the fenestrated plane. This thing just appeared out of thin air. Did someone scendificate it to you? Or is that damn cat again up to his antics? Looks like it's one of Roxy's. Maybe she knows what's up. You should probably ask her. Dirk asks Roxy. She doesn't respond. Must be too busy with something. Probably just goofing off and drinking up a storm as usual. Looks like it'll have to wait anyway. Someone's messaging you. Dirk answers. Undying umbrage began jeering. Timaeus testified. Hello, Dirk. I want to play a game. Oh, motherfuck. What do you say? What game? You know the game. The one where I say I'm going to kill all of you someday, and there's nothing you can do about it. Just some more menacing shit like that, and just bundled up in the pretense of a lot of useless fucking puzzles. Alright, that game. And here I thought you were gonna ask me to draw you more weird porn for some reason. Well, the night is still young, so who knows? But nah, I was just popping by again to say how I'm gonna kill you, that's all. And this is just assuming you don't all die before I get the chance to puzzle murder you, on account of you all being a bunch of hideous fuck-ups. I mean, look at this, you already blew it. Blew what? On Durs. You upset the order, didn't you? You went and pissed off the witch. Now they're gonna hunt you down, dude. They're probably on their way to kill you right now. I'm pretty well hidden on Durs. I doubt they'll find me until I'm ready to be found again. No, not on Durs, on your planet, Earth. You're pretty fucking easy to find there, don't you think? Oh yes, your aggressors are coming for you. I've seen it. In fact, they're probably already here. Yeah, well, I was kind of expecting as much. It's kind of why I was on my way to the roof just now, until I was interrupted by this window appearing, and then by you. Maybe I should try plugging it in. Oh my god, who cares? It's just some more pointless trash for you to obsess over and distract you from getting any actual relevant shit done. The amount of time you people wasted is fucking unbelievable to me. I read about some of the things you and your predecessors have done, far more than I cared to, trust me. And every time I'm always just... get the fuck on with it already. I didn't think you were much of a historian. I'm not. She sends me so much bullshit about this, you don't even know. She wants to hear what I have to say, like exchange theories and shit, and I have to just be like, bitch, I don't goddamn care. Every time, but it doesn't matter. What's the next thing I invariably find on my terminal? Another goddamned wall of text. All color-coded and formatted for me to read and everything. Just walls and walls of candy-ass, tutti-fruity fucking shit. Loads of text. The people of Aveline, mostly. We're talking about migraine-inducing diuretic vertical suicide drops of ugly fucking words. Impenetrably asinine rainbow fireballs of frivolous banner, got it? So I say, what is this? I told you if you send me any more fanfiction, I would fly to Frostpit and murder you in your sleep. Which I still might do regardless, but anyway. She says these are actual ancient transcripts. I'm like, well, fuck. How can these people talk so much? I feel like I'm picking up some bad habits from you windbagging his faces. Look at this. I wasn't even going to go off like this. This was supposed to be just an in-and-out fuck you. I'm so done here. Anyway, later, you hork and twit. Wait, just one more thing before you go. Your sister was saying you were having some doubts about playing. Is that true? She's not my sister. We don't got sisters. That's not a thing. Don't drag us through your nasty human familiar mud. Ah. Of course I'm going to play. I was just saying I wouldn't, you know, to fuck with her and make her cry. Like I have a choice, but to play how else am I gonna get off this desolate rock? You think I want to stay here, just hang around until I join the 100 billion corpses fertilizing the soil? I see. No, I didn't think so. I was just curious. Human curiosity is contemptible. She shares that with you, and I can't fucking stand it. Gotcha. You sure seem to hate us, but I notice it doesn't stop you from talking to us infrequently, or at least to me. Surely there must be at least one of our virtues you admire. Yes, ambition. That's the only good one. And I think you got that. Which is maybe why you're the only one I can put up with for any duration. Let's call it a grudging respect, which is the only kind that's even worth a fuck. I'll take that as a rare overture of friendship. No, don't! So do you even know how this is going to work? What? Your session. Can you even really have a session with only 2 players? She says you can, and she likes to think she's the expert. Personally, I don't care. Maybe it's against the rules of what we're doing. I just want to get in there and just fuck shit up. Yeah, I sensed that was your plan, which is kind of what I'm talking about. How can you win like that? I thought the point was to cooperate with your players and achieve an objective, not compete with them or try to kill them. I don't think we've had one conversation where you didn't express the desire to kill her. Guess we'll just have to see, won't we? I think this is probably a different kind of session. One where the players fight for supremacy rather than work together. I think that it must be that way because that is how I want it to be. And if I want something to be true hard enough, then that makes it slightly more absolutely irrefutable. Are you feeling me, fucker? Maybe you're right, but since that is how you feel now, maybe the truth is that the game is challenging you to overcome those feelings. What if your real quest is to put aside your differences and work together if you want to both survive and grow as a person? No, fuck that shit. Human, fuck that shit. Not even alien, fuck that shit. So you can understand better. The kind of fucking of the shit that's going on. Human, fuck it so much, so hard, and so angrily. Yeah, I didn't think you'd dig the idea, just putting it out there. How about you shut up and get on the roof and take your fucking punishment? Now where the hell is your ghastly juju? Go get it and hurry up. My juju? The loathsome false person with the floppy lips and dirt-side attire you like to nap with. Oh, Lil Cal? No, man, Lil Cal's the shit. That thing is not the shit. It is an uncanny grinning mockery. A bad omen. You should chop it up and burn it. No way, dude. He's my best friend. How fucking sad is that? I'm just trying for once, and the only time ever, to be helpful. Those things, you don't even know what they are. A kick-ass ventriloquist doll? I've been given reason to believe it once belonged to my bro. I don't give a shit what you believe. There's only one reason for those to exist. It's to turn the life of everyone who occupies the same universe with it into a nightmare. Is that one of your alien folk stories? Yes, but it also is true. Get rid of it. You could argue that my life is already kind of a nightmare, so there's no point in getting rid of him now. Either way, I'm gonna hang on to him. You stubborn fuck. Fine. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe yours is untainted, I don't know. Could be. Its eyes look dead to me. Maybe you lucked the fuck out with your particular juju. I honestly had no idea you were this superstitious. You're a pretty fascinating guy, in a way. I can't really figure you out. In case you're wondering why I put up with you more than my friends do. I wasn't. Now are you going to go get it or what? Why do you want me to get Cal so bad? I don't. Just that I saw you slightly ahead of now climbing up to the roof with that thing, so apparently it's requisite for getting the fuck on with stuff, dumbass? Okay, so some self-fulfilling shit then. I was hoping for a better reason. Whatever, don't take it. Make your paradox happen. Works for fucking me. At this point, I'm leaning towards grabbing him just because he seems to bother you so much. Well, I've heard of worse reasons for acting like a stupid piece of shit. Dirk retrieves Juju. This is probably a dumb question, but you don't really care about causal spoilers, do you? Yes, that's unbelievably dumb to ask. Like you don't mind telling me I'm about to pick up Cal and thus causing it to happen. So I guess you similarly won't mind telling us about more significant outcomes? It's not that I don't mind, it's that I fail particularly to give a shit. There's such a big difference, and the fact that I might not clue you into your fate all the time due to my aggravated apathy over the matter is an immutable fact I am stating for the record. It does not mean that giving a shit is what is taking place here. I feel like you've said something like that before. Different statements, but in that exact syntax. Oh, you know what else I hate? When that fucking happens. What, you mean it wasn't intentional? I thought you were I thought it was kind of like this thing you were doing. Shut up. You know what? I don't even care what's going to happen. I don't care. I think that's what people tend to do when they're regarded as legends by obsessive assholes. So maybe you all die, or maybe you don't. But if you don't, I'll take solace in the fact that it means I still get the chance to kill you. How about that for causal spoilers? Fair enough. Hey, you know, for someone who has such strong opinions and about long-winded people, you've kind of been talking my ear off. I actually have shit to do. Yeah. See how you people suck me into your bullshit? I should have kept it brief and early like I was going to. Like, just said, hello, Dirk, I want to play a game, and then like, bro, roof now, bring Juju. And that's it. Yeah, that would have been good. Cold fucking blooded to the point, damn it. That actually sounds familiar too. Are you sure you haven't said something like that before? Have I? Fuck, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, let's wrap this up. You've stolen enough of my time. I didn't even get the chance to try plugging in that window. I did you a favor, another pointless action sketch stricken from the timeline. Hang on, something's happening. The drones have come a knocking, I told you. They're coming for you, man. Later, douche. I think you just had a flip-off malfunction there. Shit. Tamut. Oh, okay. That's better. Undying umbrage, she ceased jeering, Timaeus testified. Roxy absconds. Ghost punch. Nice abscond. Alright, these guys. Out of the frying pan yet. Not out of the frying pan yet. Roxy, run again! Everybody out of the goddamn way. You got a lab full of cats, a skirt full of scamper, and a head full of vodka. Roxy, hide. Phew. For the time being, it seems you're safe from funky-looking fish aliens and cat-hungry chest bandits. But now what? Jane examines the pre-punched card. You have no idea what you're looking at here. What are you supposed to do with this? Oh well, might as well get started. It's not like there's anything left to do besides embarrass yourself over pester chump some more. You've already done enough of that today to last a lifetime. Jane enters. Act 6, Act 2. Act 6, Intermission 2. Hold still, Slick. God damn it. Well, you can't quit fidgeting and drink your milk. It's warm and nutritious, fresh from the butler's teat. You just watched me milk it. Oh, for fuck's sake, you're impossible. Miss Payne, is that soup ready yet? He's being a dick. Also, can you bring me some gauze? He stabbed me again. It was one of his more tentative stabbings, though. I think maybe he meant it as a sort of thank you? Nope, wait, he just stabbed me again. I don't think that one was a thank stab. I think it was more just like a regular stab. I probably should have confiscated his knife before I gave him these super fast robot arms. My god, he is frisky with those things. Hey, put that down. I said settle your ass down. Where's the gratitude, Slick? I am waiting on you hand and foot here. Where do you think you are, Butler Island? You know what? Fuck Butler Island. You just died and went to Butler fucking heaven. I see that knife. Yeah, that one. You're not fooling anyone. If you don't calm down, I'm gonna repair your other eye. You know, the one you refused to let me fix because you thought the eye patch looked cool. I'll do it. Miss Payne, what has taken so long with that soup? This man is in sore need of his Scotty dogs if ever I saw one. Miss Payne, are you listening? Year 1. Current car cat, right now, opened a memo on the board Fruity Rumpus Asshole Factory. Boring trip through the fucking Afterlife edition. I can't believe I'm actually doing this memo bullshit again. I guess I don't know what else to do. I just need to air out some shit with somebody, and everybody here has their head so far up their nooks I want to scream louder than I usually do. They're troll nooks and human nooks, whatever the hell a human nook even is, you know? Hey, are you there? Future car cat from 10 minutes from now responded to the memo. Fuck. Oh, hey. I just cannot fucking believe I have to go through all this bullshit again with you/me. What the fuck made me think this would be a good idea? Dude, what's with the text? Why don't you tell me? I have this incredible premonition you're about to, anyway. Why the fuck would I know why you changed your text red? We don't do that. The showy self-absorbed paint your text in your blood color thing, or eye color or whatever. It's for attention-greedy, insecure losers. Sure it is. Sarcastic wonder. I'm just thinking. This really makes our conversations easier to read. Remember those insane blocks of gray text we used to write together? What was that? Like half a sweep ago already? Is it weird that I'm already looking back on all that insanity with a certain amount of fondness? At least shit was happening. It's so boring out here, and living with the humans is just getting kind of weird. Anyway, this is actually a lot more decipherable. Maybe you're onto something. Well, check it out. Shit just got nostalgic. Look at that. I'm feeling more sentimental about this moronic conversation already. Okay, why do you have to go from 0 to douche in the blink of a fucking glance nugget? The blink of a glance nugget? I've been at this for 10 minutes already and counting. I just think you might have been onto something with the red text. I was trying to pay you a compliment, you antagonizing fuck. I mean, we only ever got in the habit of typing in gray to hide our blood color, right? And like one, everybody knows it now. It was the worst kept secret ever, and two, even if they didn't, it's just us here, and obviously we both already known it all our lives. Unless we're both so neurotic, we actually still want to act as like it's a secret we're keeping from each other. But I'd like to think the days of that astounding degree of mental illness are behind us. I want to kill myself, but I can't until the conversation runs its course. This is the worst hell imaginable. Shut the fuck up. That's about the kind of melodrama I'm talking about here. We're better than that now, man. I'm gonna do the mature thing here and switch my text to red. There, I think this should be a universal convention for when two of the same people are talking to each other. One guy bites the bullet and talks in red. Seriously, one of us has to be the grown-up here. Oh, I get it now. When I type in red, it's showy and insecure, but when you do it, you're shouldering the pragmatic burden of a martyr. Even though it was my fucking idea to do it in the first place 10 minutes ago, you piece of shit. Okay, goddammit, stop being so sensitive. I fucking apologize. Can you just talk about your stupid feelings already so we can get this nightmare over with? Well, look, it wasn't supposed to be this lopsided thing where I spill all my feelings into idiot's face while some shithead yells at me. I was kind of thinking there would be some give and take, since you presumably share a lot of my thoughts. Okay, whatever, just say some stuff already. All that shit I said 10 minutes ago. I will riff with you and somehow pretend it doesn't feel like I'm rehashing a bunch of lines written in barely dried ink. Okay, well, I'm having a hard time putting my thoughts into words about this bizarre trek through the ring. At first, it was just bland and uneventful, but that was kind of a relief, remember? Not having to worry about getting killed all the time or trying to rally a bunch of uncooperative troops towards an impossible objective. Yeah. But then, as if it wasn't enough, that sometimes we visit these crazy dream bubbles. When we go to sleep, we started physically passing through them, too? Like, I think I could handle it better if it was just one thing or the other, like only the monotonous day-to-day drudgery or the same gloomy fucking meteor with the same bunch of ridiculous people and basically nothing to do ever except get all up in each other's business, or only sweep-song safari through an emerald realm of ghost memories and dead friends shitting around in a haphazard existential clusterfuck, but having to deal with both in totally random intervals is kind of taking its toll. I hear you, man. That was when and I was supposed to say that, but for the record, I guess I meant it. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I miss all my dead friends a lot, even the assholes. I miss them too. Maybe especially them in some perverse way. And I should be relieved that they all seem to be happy in some way, even if it's just by floating nebulously through dream projections with their freaky blank eyes. And I guess I'm relieved about that, but at the same time, it's left me unsettled for reasons I can't put my finger on. I know why. You do? Yeah. Well, of course you do. I guess because I just told you 10 minutes ago, making it a self-fulfilling epiphany. Well, there's that, but also this conversation helps clarify some thoughts too, in spite of its excruciating pointlessness. Part of what's bothering you about this is what it means about mortality. Yeah, I think that's part of it. After visiting who knows how many dream bubbles and hanging out with who knows how many dead friends and copies of dead friends from alternate timelines, I start to wonder, does that death even really mean anything? Did life mean anything for that matter? Was the point of life just to go around collecting a bunch of painful and awkward experiences to supply material for the revolving memory collage that serves as the backdrop to a much longer, emptier stretch of existence? And how unnerving is it running into our dead doppelgangers from doomed timelines? Hey, you're preaching to the choir, bro. It's fucked up. Never mind what it means about a person's identity or sense of self, or which guy gets to be considered the real guy, or philosophical bullshit like that. Just on the level of what your decisions and acting during your life actually mean, sometimes we run into these versions of ourselves who reached God tier for fuck's sake. But in spite of being more successful than we were by that particular objective measure, they get punished for that because it wasn't the thing that needed to happen? Pretty much. So where does that leave us? If we were to take some lesson from that, what is it? Try to be great and successful, but maybe not too great and successful? Or maybe don't try at all in some cases, because if you do, some giant fucking squid in the middle of nowhere is going to be like, not so fast, my hideous monster plants beg to differ. Don't you think we'd have been better off if we didn't even know any of all this dream bubble shit? Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking 10 minutes ago, but now I don't even know. You know, at least you're listening. Even if you are being your usual shitty self about it, nobody else even gets this. They don't want to hear it. Like Terezi? It used to be that she would at least humor even my most ludicrous vitriolic garbage at all times. Remember those days? Way back before we even knew what a human was, back on Alternia, where my biggest fear was if people found out I was a mutant, how quaint can you fucking get? I was an idiot not to understand how good things were back then. Between us, now it's like... What? It's part of the conversation. Oh, get over yourself. Our 10 minutes is almost up. I would just like to know, is she punishing me for something? I don't need to remind you how much time she spends gallivanting around the meteor with you-know-who. No, you sure as fuck do not. After all this time, I still can't tell if she's serious about that or doing it to fuck with me. What do you think? There's something legitimately red going on there? How can I command such absolute mastery over the romantic scientists and remain perplexed by this? Maybe I can't get a read because he's not a troll and therefore has no idea what the fuck he's doing? It's like trying to decipher an intricate courtship process between an attractive potential mate spirit and some sort of vegetable. Of course it doesn't compute. Fuck, this is so embarrassing listening to this. Make it stop. Quiet, I'm talking. I just feel like maybe I've passed the point of no return with her. Where before there was a margin for error, probably way more than I ever deserved. And now that's it, she's totally had it. And there's a new dude with candy blood in the town, and he's just got it all, doesn't he? He's a much better artist than I am, for one thing, and his horns are so nubby. They don't even exist. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Am I off base? We just went over this. I didn't get it then because I was too busy whining and feeling sorry for myself like you're doing now, so pipe down and listen. You've been sending her an endless stream of mixed signals for as long as you've known her. Oh, bullshit. Like fuck, it's bullshit. It's all too clear to me now. It's a classic case of quadrant vacillation, and you don't even know it. No wonder she was frustrated and got fed up with you. This is outrageous. Is it? Tell me, how many times have you treated her in a way that could be objectively construed as a form of a black solicitation? That's just... No, that's all how we've always rolled together. It's like spirited platonic contention. They're normal territory in a healthy mateship. Yeah, a healthy one, not one involving a demented loudmouth who can't keep his shit under control. Let me ask you, how much of that animosity is innocent platonic rage? How could it be that subconsciously you want to push things with her into colliginous turf? Maybe see how things work out there? See if you can have your grub and coal it too? That way you can have her all to yourself. Fuck you. You want her in every quadrant like a desperate fool. Do you realize what you've become? You are a sad joke character in a rom-com. You know the guy I'm talking about, who's greedy and indiscriminate about filling every quadrant, totally oblivious to it, and in the end has fuck all to show for it. I don't have to put up with this. You kind of do for at least another 10 minutes. No, fuck that. I'm so done with it. You. Yeah, you pretty much are, because the 10 minutes are about up, and I'll be gone. Then it'll just be you and the other guy spinning your globes together like a couple stupid pieces of shit ad infinitum. Man, I must have been insane to think anything is different. You haven't changed at all. You're just as petty and horrible as ever. Fuck you forever. Fuck every 10 minutes ahead version of myself all the way into 10-minute fucking eternity. I can't even do this. Not anymore. Yeah, well, you made your cocoon, pal. Now we have to take turns shitting in it together. It is the most pathetic, smelliest dance of all. What the fuck is it now? It just occurred to me, this dumb tantrum I threw, this entire bad move, it was just another idiotic self-fulfilling reach-around, wasn't it? What are you talking about? I mean, where did this even come from? It was like this spontaneously generating self-loathing with no discernible source. Was this emotional outburst ever even real? Oh no, don't even start with that. Do not start getting existential about my anger. You better fucking believe this is real. Are you sure, man? You condescending fuck. How dare you call into question the legitimacy of my feelings, as if they aren't completely justified and totally 100% grounded in absolute, stone-cold, concrete, goddamned, objective motherfucking reality. Yeah, see, I've completely set you off here, and you don't even know what you're saying. Sorry, this was my fault. I'm going to go try to calm myself down. Oh, so this is when you decide to leave the conversation? You got owned, so you had to slink away like a fucking coward? Nice try, shithead, but I'm not done with you yet. You think you're the only one who can list his 10-minute away self's flaws? I could go on forever. Future Carcat banned himself from responding to the memo. Fine, get out of here. Good riddance. As if I could take another sponge-wringing minute of your ingenious drivel. Carcat from 10 minutes ago. Opened a memo. I can't believe I'm actually doing this memo bullshit again. I guess I don't know what else to do. Hey, sup? Anyone seen Teresi around? No, why? We were gonna do a thing, but she's not around and not answering my messages. On any one of the probably 10,000 computers lying around that they would show up on. A thing? Yes, a thing. I see. Shut up. What about you? Have you seen her? No? Have you seen Gamzee? Are you serious? Of course not. I haven't seen that guy at all since the first day we got here. Not once. Yeah, I know. Talk about an elusive juggalo. Probably like the shyest fucking juggalo of all time. I'm pretty sure only Carcat's seen him. Don't expect him to rat out either because of the Moirail drunk. Moirail? Moirail. Alien words. I wouldn't expect him to. I wouldn't even ask. It would be really... I wouldn't even ask. It would be really bad for him to ask him that. Yeah. I mean, I bet you think you're imparting some really obscure cultural facts about trolls. But really, if a human had said to another human, "Hey man, can you tell me where your best clown friend is hiding so I can go chainsaw him to death?" Just FYI, that would probably be bad for him too. Okay. I don't know, it's been a year already, and I think he's really intent on hiding. And hanging out onto those dead bodies. He's probably scared to death of you at this point. Maybe you should just let it go. Rose, back me up. I try to stay out of troll interpersonal politics. Interpersonal? Wait, are you saying this is like a spade quadrant thing? Is she trying to be his kismet fish? I'm saying no such thing. Well, if she hates him, isn't that what that means? Dave, don't be a dick. You're embarrassing her. No, I'm not. She's cool. Look, she's being cool about it. I'm being cool about it. See? It's not like that. I just want to find him and at least wound him somewhat. Yeah, see, I knew there had to be a perfectly harmless and unironic explanation. Shh. No, see, I'm explaining this badly. What I'm saying is basically just fuck that guy. Got it. So what are you up to in here? What's with all these books? Research. We're trying to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. You're aware this meteor has many secret rooms scattered throughout, including libraries, right? Hell yeah, we looted one of them for Cantown project. Cantown? I told you about Cantown, didn't I? No? Well, the thing about Cantown, and all there really is to say about Cantown is, it's awesome, the end. Wow, what a story. Fuck you. So, what is the point of this research? Primarily to gain a more thorough understanding of the situation we'll be entering when we arrive. I thought you pretty much already knew the situation, since you can see the future. Oh my god, I've told you, I can't see the future. Yes, you can. You totally can. Okay, but not all of it. Only certain relevant pieces. It's a bit frustrating when people make that presumption of you. For instance, you're a Knight of Time. Since you have mastery over time, doesn't that mean you should know everything about the future too? No, that's totally dumb. I could know things about the future if I've time traveled and found out firsthand. Nobody's making that about me. I'm a time traveler, not a fucking fortune teller. It's simple as shit. Right, so there are significant limitations on what you can know governed by certain rules. That's how it is for a seer too. Okay, whatever. But I will say that I've been able to use these abilities to assist with research. I can treat my finite glimpses as additional sources of information. If you combine that with the knowledge we've gathered from the texts and things we've learned about our various encounters with the deceased, with a bit of interference and deduction, a more detailed picture is coming into focus. Nice. Do you want to hear about it? Now. Now? Yes, why not? It's been a year. It seems like all we've done on this trip so far is indulge in lavish interior decoration projects and screw around with mysterious Cantown initiatives.
which may or may not be consuming valuable library resources as building materials. We could make at least some effort to squeeze in annual briefings on our objective. Yeah, that would be pretty legit of us. I think you'll find that when it comes to striving for a reasonable approximation of legitimacy, we're simply the most barely adequate there is. Okay, I didn't even really catch any of that bullshit because I wasn't listening. I'm gonna make myself a cup of coffee and get primed to listen to you saying a lot of stuff like that. Do you want some? Sure. Can I? No, thank you. Okay. This fucking thing. Where did you even unearth this piece of shit from? Okay, there it goes. 2 hot, revitalizing cups of shitty coffee. Weird out of the fresh pod. Why do we even drink this shit? I guess it's because this thing is here. Like, somehow the temptation is even stronger because there's coffee sucks. I don't know how the fuck that works. I wish there was such a thing as apple juice on Troll World. Could go for a bottle of AJ. I wonder if there's any booze squirreled away on this meteor. Kind of feels like we should be drinking our asses off here. No adults, nothing to do. That's what you do without adults, right? Get wasted all the time? Wait, what the fuck am I saying? Trolls don't even have adults. Well, they do, but they're all in outer space being insane badasses. I guess they do have stupid nanny monsters. Do the monsters give a shit if they get wasted? Are you talking to us? What? We can't even hear you mumbling over there. Oh. How's that coffee coming? Off the shit is how. All being, like, in cups and everything. Be sure it makes it to the table before it accumulates that strange unctuous film on the surface. So what's with the big book you're writing in? Is it more wizard fanfiction? No, it's something like an extensive journal. I'm recording everything we've been through so far and detailed notes as to everything we know about the game. I'm also using it to document our research and to extrapolate on the new session and players. So it's like your not unreadable game fact in tome form. Somewhat. You sure like to write big game guides. I don't look at that way. I'm approaching it from a standpoint of responsible historical documentation. Don't you think people in the future will want to know our story? I guess. I think it could be a very useful resource one day. It could be helpful to others beginning their own quests. Chances of that seem remote. I wouldn't really rule it out. Okay, totally sold on that suddenly on account of not caring. So tell me about the new session, what is there to know? And most importantly, how's everything going to go wrong this time? From what I understand, everything has already gone wrong before the game even started. In many different ways than ours did. There are indications of thicker political intrigue, assassination attempts, and a usurpation of the throne more insidious than what we dealt with. But those examples still don't illustrate the fundamental fault with their session. Ours had a similar fault, it was a null session. Literature on the subject says null sessions are actually pretty common. It is any session resulting in failure, and as such designated to result in failure. From the start, due to Sky has comprehensive knowledge of its own fate, and all that it illumines? Biologically speaking, it's to be expected that null sessions far outnumber the successful ones. When it comes to reproductive systems, overwhelming redundancy is commonplace. A universe has a reproductive system that spreads many seeds, as it were, most of which never come to fruition, so we shouldn't feel too bad about our results, really. It was quite par for the course. But then it would also seem that exceedingly few null sessions result in the birth of a massive green star fueled by 2 dead universes, for what it's worth. Okay, but I thought the whole point of this, the scratch thing, is it gave us a chance to still win. But you're saying the new session has a fault too? Well, yes, there's more to it, though. The new session is essentially our session, rebooted with different parameters, which also affected the original conditions of our universe. And strangely, it seems the new one is a null session as well, but within a much less common subset of all null sessions. This one is referred to as a void session. Okay, which is what? It's very simply a session in which nothing is prototyped before entry at all. Hence Sky is preemptive, all-knowing, and its influence on the rest of the Incybersphere. There are not even any towers on Prospit or Durst built to receive the sprite kernels. See? weird. Why would these alt-universe players fuck up in such obvious and stupid way? I don't know what specifically led to the failure to prototype anything, but it doesn't really matter. As I said, the session was designed this way before they began playing. Any efforts to prototype may have been in vain regardless, possibly subject to sabotage. Didn't you say at some point that not prototyping anything would be really bad? Yes, it's another way to create an infertile session. Though by a less catastrophic and bloody route we took to achieve the same result. By contrast, it leads to a rather harmless, uneventful session. Underlings remain augmented, and so does the royalty. And while this may sound advantageous to the players, it's a curse in disguise. The lack of prototypings, which keeps adversaries involved, has the same influence on the battlefield. Without successive prototypings, the battlefield will never reach its final form, which must be fertilized to grow a new universe. Instead, it remains the most basic form, stuck in an eternal stalemate. There's nothing players in a void session can do to change this. They're resigned to live out the rest of their days in a dead session. Still waiting to hear how this is in any way an improvement on all the shit we just escaped from. It's a vast improvement. The new session is a blank slate with a ridiculously short time limit for victory. Without a ridiculously short time limit for victory like ours had. There will be no time limit at all, in fact. Once we arrive, ostensibly, that is when the nature of the session will change. It won't be classifiable as either a null or void session anymore. It'll be something which, as far as I can tell, is unique. The fully matured battlefield from our session can be used to make the new one viable. The path to success will be made possible by a combination of efforts and assets from both iterations. Usually scratched sessions are absolute resets, and involve no direct influence from the first attempt at all. I can't find any precedent for our situation. Jade has our battlefield, right? Yes. So she shows up and drops it in Sky, and then we take the result of all that damn frog breeding we did and stick the thing in there somehow, and we sit back and wait for it to do its huge ribbit or whatever, and we're golden? Pretty much, as long as there's an actual vacancy in the center of Skyo when we get there. Is that going to be a problem? I don't think so. Even if it were, it would be a trivial obstacle. But as it is, I think the forces opposing the players are clandestinely working towards the same goal we are. From what I can tell, gestures of antagonism, while certainly posing legitimate danger, has been factored in as a critical stepping stone to the destination shared by all parties. I don't know why this is, or what the motives are yet. The appearance is one of a clear sailing ahead, but traces of conspiracy are everywhere. Okay, but conspiracies aside, did it ever really look like clear sailing to you? That's not what I was seeing. We were going to arrive, and then soon after Jack is going to show up, and then after we have to beat him, right? So there kind of is a time limit. Yes, we will have to deal with Jack before all is said and done, and that will definitely be a major challenge. But it is not impossible, at least not by design. When I said there would be no time limit in this dead session, I was talking about something more specific. There will be no reckoning. Oh, why not? It's a logical consequence of any void session. The battlefield never evolves, and therefore the more extensive war between Prospit and Durst never takes shape. It is only when the Prospitian king falls in battle that the reckoning can be initiated by the forces of Durst. The meteors then rush to destroy the battlefield, while Sky redirects them through defense portals for as long as it can. Thus, if there is no war, there is no reckoning, no meteors, no imminent threat of failure. This is, of course, good news for Earth as well. During the reckoning, Sky redirects all incoming meteors to the only place it can, Earth. So it turns out that players who initiate a void session are not actually condemning their home planet to an apocalyptic wasteland after they leave. In the new instance of our universe, Earth is just fine, sort of. So, no meteors came at all? You mean by fucking up and having to scratch, we also sort of saved Earth in the process? Again, sort of.
It's not that there were no meteors whatsoever, just that the vast majority of the destructive onslaught never showed up. But delivering the temple to the site of the forge is still integral to jump-starting the session. That meteor, however, could have been propelled through a portal by any means, not just via the reckoning. I see. What about the players themselves? They had to arrive on meteors too, didn't they? I guess the baby meteors were some exceptions too, right? Yes, but they weren't flung through portals in their own session, nor will they be created there. They were created in our session and sent back through the portals just like us. To understand what happened, it really helps to understand exactly what a scratch is. When John severely damaged the beat mesa on your planet, it sent it off to Skya to release its temporal energy there, you could view it as a kind of request. We were asking Skya to change everything at a fundamental level, and we gave it the energy to do so. But Skya is a very passive entity. It only knows and sees, but never quite acts. When it is asked to change anything, there's only so much it has control over. In fact, it has control over exactly one thing, the defense portals. It can decide to send important meteors to different points in time than originally planned, thus creating alternate realities, offshoots of promise rather than futility. And it turns out the most important meteors of all tend to be the ones delivering the young players to their planet. So all it had to do was change everything, is tweak their destination times a bit. All internally promoted changes in the post-Scratch universe are decided entirely by this modest adjustment to parameters. It's a very simple concept, actually, yet the consequences are dramatic. It results in not only a hard reset for the session, but a partial reset for the universe, too, due to many causal entanglements between a session and its originating universe. What do you mean tweak the destination times? Where did they get sent to? A variety of time periods. The simple way to look at it is to picture the original destinations of our two groups of 4 ecto-babies and switch them. What? Though this is just a slight oversimplification. While it's roughly true, Skya had some particular whims this time. While most landed in the time periods corresponding with the original group, it seems that 2 of the new players arrived 4 centuries ahead of everyone else for some bizarre reason. But they're still apparently able to communicate with the other players through, I guess, some Trollian-like technology, and they're still able to establish game connections with the others. So this stands as an odd but not otherwise terribly significant detail. So, in this alter universe group of us and them, which ones are the actual players? I'll give you a hint, it isn't us. Fuck, why did I know that was going to be the answer? And to think that usually I'm the one accused of knowing the future. I don't know if I'm ready to process the ramifications of this bullshit. You'd find it less disconcerting if the players were alternate versions of us? Man, at least I'm used to dealing with alt Daves. I've been fucked deep in alt Daves before. It's a goddamn delight if you want to know the truth. But I don't even know what to think about. What? Meeting a deceased figure of authority as a peer? Let's not even talk about it, okay? Can we slow down this meteor, delay the meetup, maybe fight Jack for a little while? I honestly thought you would find the idea exciting. I know, I'm looking forward to it. But your mom was just a nice alcoholic spinster who liked wizards
who you complained about for no reason. She wasn't anything like an untouchable master of irony who could replace the meat in your sandwich before it even occurred to you what the fuck you were chewing. Let me ask you this, did your mom ever wiggle a puppet in your face even once? Not that I recall, but anecdotes like that just make me more curious to meet him personally. Fine, well, you can be on bro duty then. I'll be ambassador to your mom, and no, that wasn't actually meant as the sick burn it sounded like. She's your mom too, though. Yeah, I know, I'll be ambassador to my mom then. That sounds pretty stupid when I say it that way, whatever. I'll be the fucking one-man welcome wagon for John and J18 old people, and also our mom. That's the plan. So when we finally see them, we can get our shit in formation like trained acrobats. Like, I'll blow a whistle and we can have a human pyramid built. That way we can totally avoid anything awkward. You do realize we've seen her already, right? What, when? Months ago in a dream. She was floating along in Dirt's pajamas asleep. Wait, that was her? Yes. Oh. Huh. You're wondering why I didn't tell you? No? You're specifically wondering why I wasn't forthcoming with an answer to your question at the time. Hey, who was that choice babe in the pajamas? God fucking damn it. You don't find it nostalgic at all retracing the steps of some of our Freudian semi-blunders in conversations past? No, what a load of shit. Stuff said before you and between you and me before we knew we were related. We both know that was a lot of horseplay fuckery between like smart-ass 10-year-olds or whatever. You can't seriously have taken any of that seriously. Don't ever do that. All those fucking mom traps and sister traps. What a joke. I hope Skya gets to have a good laugh over shit like this. Wait, I forgot Skya doesn't laugh. It just sees and knows. It's like a huge blue perv that's mad at Jazz for kid cest. What are you people even talking about? Don't you wink at her. Can I hear the pro tip? That wink meant Jack Dick, and she's just being weird. I feel as though this conversation has utterly outmaneuvered my constructive involvement. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm pretty much ollying outy too. I got some shit to attend to. After you. Why does that always happen? Everybody out of the goddamn way. I got a lab full of humans, a mouth full of young, and a tortured psychological profile full of totally hysterical emotions and unaired grievances at practically everybody. Carcat is broken, guys. Yeah? Okay, hold on. If I can settle down a tick, I should be able to make more sense shortly. Just one... Maybe you should lie down on a couch. Fuck! No! Dude, what is the matter with you? Okay, that was a pretty terrible entrance. Anyway, where was I? Dunno, but I was just leaving. Not so fast, Strider. This heavily concerns you. It concerns you exclusively in the fact. Where do you think you're going? Just stepping out to do a thing which is not your business. Like my inflamed, quaking gall sphincter, it's not. Tell me, are you by any chance going to have some company where you step out to do this thing? Notice the two heavily dramatized enclosure talons surrounding that word, which I am scornfully pantomiming with my own two hands as presently being demonstrated for you. Yeah, sure. Oh, who would that be, may I ask? Well, presumably the mayor. He's usually down for whatever. I'm not talking about the fucking mayor, and you know it. Hey, don't be saying shit about the mayor. The mayor rules. He's like my best fucking friend. He's not a mayor. He's the mayor of the fuck stick junction located smack dab in the middle of pretend-ass nowhere. He's a mayor, you douche. His thing says mayor. It says mayo, and he wrote the R himself. He's at best a mayo, and who ever heard of a mayo? It's every bit as imaginary as his identity as elected official. No, mayo is like grub sauce, but without grubs. Who the fuck ever heard of grub sauce without grubs? What's it made of then, genius? Like, I don't know. It's white and it just sort of exists. You don't ask about mayo, that's not what you do with mayo. Isn't it funny how quickly your bullshit unravels when someone intelligent actually holds you accountable? You're fucking busted, Strider. You're busted about mayo and you're busted about Terezi. You're so pathetic. This is why you all stormed in here out of breath? Why did you actually sprint all the way across the meteor to tell me this? What I do with my legs and how fast I move is my business, you shit. Yeah, and what I do with them is mine. Watch me make them leave. Make me leave. I said, stay your ass put. We're talking here. Do not touch my cave. Huh? What? I can't believe I seriously just said, dude, don't touch my capes to somebody and was serious about it.
Okay, look, I'm nowhere near your precious stupid case. Can we just listen? Before you go off to snog Terezi and your idiotic little village of nutrition cylinders, hear me out. Man, you are so overblowing this. But you don't think that I am? Yeah, you are. You have some idea about us or what we're getting up to. So we've done a few things together to pass the time, so what? I don't think you could call them dates or anything. What the fuck would even qualify as a date on this gross and dark meteor? Dave, can we just cut the shit? I'm not an imbecile. You're both plainly hipping into flush territory irrespective of environmental factors or whatever lame conditions it is humans believe to be optimal for pursuing a mate ship. Anyone can see it. It's just shittiest kept secret on this meteor. Probably you and fucking Mayor gets it, and let's face it, he's a little slow. Do you really think you could hold a Wolvie's material over my eyes and the eyes of a hardened veteran of romantic studies? We have one of those? I have seen thousands of troll romance films, each dealing with topics far more subtle and complex than your pedestrian human mind could ever grasp. And in case you've forgotten, I've already watched hundreds of your more primitive but moderately entertaining romance films. Remember how I downloaded a fuck ton of them after discovering your species? I am a curious man, Dave. You could learn from me. Yeah, I remember. Have you only watched a bunch of shitty Hayne Cook movies on Infinite Loop since we left? You're severely exaggerating, yes, but yes, I have sampled his work. Dude, you know you're only pretending to be a huge fan of his bullshit to piss me off. Again, look at how self-absorbed you're being. I happen to think he has a brilliant comedic mind for a human. It turns out that exact sentence is my one weakness. You win, bro. You get your girl back. Oh, shut up! I'm not here to debate you on the finer points of cinema or to get my girl back. How desperate do you think I am? I'm actually here to do the opposite. I wanted to tell you I'm totally okay with it. Oh, okay then. But just listen and try to keep an open mind. I know it's hard to for you. Here, please take a look at this. Oh no, what the fresh fuck am I looking at? It's an Alternian romance novel. Now, look, I'm not vouching for this particular piece of literature. It's actually pretty trashy, and if you're interested, I could recommend much better things to you. It's just this one illustrates the concept very clearly. What concept? It's a pretty typical case of quadrant vacillation as applied to an overlapping group of romantic pairings. You lost me at quadrant. For future reference, that's the word that always lets me know it's time to check out of a sentence. Will you pipe down and just hear me out? It's really simple. Think of it as similar to one of your primitive human love triangles. Though this is a quadrangle. Those are much more common in our society and entertainment. And 4 is pretty much the minimum value for our love-hate in triangles. In triangles? God damn it. Now here's what's actually going on with the group of characters. Pay attention. Hey, look at me. Eyes over here. Good. See the two heroes in the middle partaking in their flushed embrace? Pretty much your typical low-blood red rom pairing. Their dynamic is the grub loaf and Hoover face of the overall arc. But what do we have here? Those are some nefarious hoods in the picture too. This is where it gets interesting. The guy on the left is an old polygynous flame from the male low-blood's past and has re-entered the picture. Again, nothing out of the ordinary. He can continue to court his mate's Fred and Kismesis without conflict. It's a pretty amicable arrangement that everyone's totally down with. What is that huge beefcake troll even doing? Is he grinding up against the little dude's shoulder? What is he even doing? Why the fuck is he nude? No questions yet. So then that's all fine. Pretty boilerplate conditionings for unfolding rom drama, but there's a twist. The male high blood and low bloods are to have flush feelings for one another, and the results in some red infidelity between the low blood pair. Obviously, this is where the fireworks start going off. The red feelings between the low bloods turn to black, and thus begins what is referred to as quadrant vacillation. Meanwhile, the two males are also vacillating between red and black, because you don't just let go of a rivalry so easily. What is going on with the other chick? While grabbing the other one down there in the corner? Yeah, well, it gets even more complicated than that. Probably more than needed for the sake of making the point. In the heat of their vacillation, during an essentially black phase, the low-blood female waxes red for a notorious and especially brutal high-blood female. So they have their thing on the side, but even that starts vacillating too, because the original pair just keeps spinning like a top. We don't need that to get bogged down in the quadrangle dynamic, though, and for our purposes, the fourth party is a distraction.
Our purpose? What the fuck are our purposes? The thing is, vacillation always adds a lot of drama to everything, but that doesn't mean it can't be viable. It can totally work, and everyone can be reasonable about it. It just needs to come down to a matter of sensible scheduling. You must be out of your fucking mind if you think I want to know where you're going with this. Dave, please, just read the book, okay? It's all in the book. I'm not reading that shit. I can't even read your stupid troll language. Why would you think I can? I think you should reconsider. I can translate for you. I'll read the whole damn thing aloud if you want. Seriously, I could easily expand your limited human think pan on that stuff. There's a lot here that's applicable to our situation. There's nothing even slightly applicable about anything of that bullshit to our situation. Don't be dense. Of course there is. Terezi and I have been on the verge of vacillating like that. It's for a long time. It's about time we killed the suspense and just acknowledged it. You and she seem to bent on developing something in the flesh quadrant, and like I said, I'm fine with that. If we can just get our shit straightened out, we can be like these vacillating pairs that alternate between red and black, but in a way that's complementary with each other's patterns. Oh my god, why is this happening? Like, while she and I are black, you and she are red. When she and I are red, you and she, I don't know if humans are really capable of black feelings. I guess that's up to you. Maybe you can just sit those periods out, like take a break, you know? You've completely lost it, dude. I can't believe for a fucking second. And this is reasonable shit to propose, even on Troll World. You just totally snapped. Snapped like a fucking fox. This makes perfect sense. Like I said, it's just a matter of reasonable scheduling. Here, let me show you. I need some paper. Where's some paper? Look, it's a perfectly simple. Hang on while I draw the guidelines. Oh no, you are not making another shipping grid, dude. It's not a shipping grid, it's just some rows and columns for a schedule. It's a grid, you're drawing a goddamn grid. I'm not letting you draw a grid for this stupid shit. Come on, look here. These are the days of the week. And we can each have rows for those days where we can have a harder spade for any given day. That way we know what's up in advance to avoid unpleasant conflicts. Put the fucking pen down. Hey, cut it out. Don't touch me. Do not draw a shipping grid. Do not do it. It is not a shipping grid, you obtuse fuck. This is fucked up. Put it down. No! You are not drawing a grid to organize our goddamn dating lives. That is some straight up crackpot motherfucking noise. I will not abide. Fuck you. Let me draw. Stop drawing the shipping grid. It is not a shipping grid. This is not shipping, you heinous. This is tool. This is common sense. You will not draw anything that even remotely resembles a grid. Do not draw an arrangement of squares or otherwise interlocking polygons. Let go! You will not draw a spearhead sheet for the purpose of allocating time spent with a mutual girlfriend who works his ass. This is exactly the shit I do not want to see. Look, I just drew a square. Get ready to see a lot more of those. No, stop. Do not draw any additional squares. Do not draw quadrilaterals or trapezoids or rectangles or fucking endrangles. And especially, as fuck not any goddamn rhombuses. I don't want to see your lines making any right angles. Do you understand? In my mind's eye, I'm picturing a beautiful lattice of lines and compartments, interlocking with sublime precision at 90-degree angles. I imagine this modular reticulation as an elegant vessel, if you will, for this grand synthesis of our shared shipping dreams. No, this is the perfect example of what you shouldn't be drawing. Yes. No. Fuck yes. Ooh, look, another square, sort of. Kind of wobbly, it'll have to do. No, you fuck. Wait, I think it's coming. Here it comes. My first ship, it's going in the square. Put the goddamn pen down, you piece of shit. Hell no. Yes. What is your problem? Ow, fuck. This is so sick. Does she even know you're doing this? Doing what? Splitting out for time in a grid for your stupid rotating hate date plan. She will soon enough. What a presumptuous sack of shit. Put the pen down. No, I'm drawing. Step away from your dumb, ugly scribble grid. Get lost. You're messing up Rose's book. You smell bad. Don't talk to me about rank smells. You're the fucking big man of smelling bad. You dominate the paint with your stonk. My least things home that smelled more appealing than you. Important fact, 100% of what he brought home was either a dead animal or literal feces. Oh yeah, well check it out. You smell like if someone took a dump on a butt. How could she stand you with her sensitive nose? Have you even washed that ridiculous outfit? They're magic fucking pajamas. They stay like permaclean or something. They're enchanted and comfy as fuck. Give me the pen. No, it's mine now. I'm keeping it on principle. Carcat, whoa man, what are you doing? Why are you drawing all these human dicks? How do you even know what they look like? Is that what have you been watching? I'm not drawing those, you're making me draw them, stop that. No way, this book is now like our fight fuel Ouija board of cock. Ah, stop! Don't! No, fuck, okay, no. You drew that one, don't pretend you didn't. Are you sure, man? That's pretty spooking thing about a penis. Ouija, you can never be sure who did the dicks. Was it you or me or maybe a ghost? Fuck, let go of me. Give me the pen. No. Yes. No. Yes. Fine, take it. No. What? We're still drawing. Let's go. Are you kidding? This is a fucking masterpiece. We have to see this through. I'm trying to let go of the stupid pen, but you won't let me. We're in the shit now. We are in the motherfucking entrenched in this bitch. You crazy fuck. We're running out of room. Rose, can you turn the page for us? Ah! This altercation is becoming uncomfortably physical. Get the fuck away from me. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. Shut up and draw another penis. You don't even understand the social implications of all this hostile touching you're having, do you? I don't feel that way about you. Just step off. Man, if you want to look at this that way, then that's your business. That's an old-fashioned beat town where I'm from. Deal with it. Why don't you go old-fashioned? Go fuck yourself. Stop biting my cape. Shit. Are you serious? Dude, unreal. You are like a cape magnet. Hold still. Yep. Booyah. Everybody stop what you're doing immediately, whatever it might be. Another dream bubble is approaching rapidly. Everyone man your stations, by which I mean go about your business as usual, I guess. Unless you want to meet it up here and check it out. Over. John, I really think we're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. No way, this game rules. I just never gave it much playing time before because, well, I guess I always had better things to do. That's sort of my point. Where did you even get this? Years ago, I found it in a store on the bargain rack. It was only $1. Isn't that awesome? I don't really think this is my kind of game. But I will play with you today because it is technically your birthday. Yes, you won't be disappointed. How many people did you get to play this? I don't know, I only showed it to a few people, but I guess hundreds are playing it now? Nobody's very good at it, though. I keep trying to tell the salamanders and chess guys not to cross the streams, but they keep crossing the streams. Just between you and me, I think a lot of them aren't very bright. Why can't you cross the streams? Jade, please, it is just something you can't do when you're a Ghostbuster, because it spells big trouble, everyone knows that. You should hurry up and make a character already so we can get started. I'm working on it, there are so many options. What kind of Ghostbuster should I make? Just any old Ghostbuster, as long as he looks awesome and he means business. I will begin organizing our squad. What do you have to do? Well, first we need to buy an old abandoned fire station and use it as headquarters. Luckily, half the city is composed of abandoned fire stations that are for sale. This game is actually really stupid in a lot of ways now that I think of it. No! Hey, shut up. I take it back. It's great in every way. Sure, John, whatever you say. Okay, now I have to find a submission. Gotta hire a sea secretary. Just have to peruse the extensive palette of sarcastic redheaded ladies. Okay, here's a good one. Then we wait for a phone call. This can take anywhere from 10 seconds to several hours. Are you serious? Well, that's fine. There's lots to do at the station in the meantime. Like talk to Slimer and get slimed by Slimer. Okay, I guess that's pretty much all there is to do. What about the fire pole there? Can you go down the fire pole? The fire pole is strictly decorative. Are you almost finished making your character? Yeah, I think I'm done. I'm pretty happy with him. Jade, that is absolutely the shittiest Ghostbuster I've ever seen. No way. Yes, it is so yes way. He's adorable. What are you even talking about? Jade, I thought you were going to take this game seriously. That is not a serious Ghostbuster. No ghost could possibly fear that thing. I don't want ghosts to be afraid of him. I want to make friends with some ghosts, if at all possible. It is not possible. Ghosts are known to be cruel and mischievous. They will not want to befriend your fox man, and they will only want to cover him in slime and then fly away. I really think you should consider redesigning him. Nope, I'm keeping him. Okay, well, if you want to turn our squad into a fucking joke, then that's your business. Shut up, or I'll give him a pink jumpsuit. Ah, but seriously, those head swap options are for such noobs. I feel it's only fair to warn you. I think I'll manage to survive the embarrassment in front of a bunch of salamanders and crocodiles. Okay, fine. You get a pass, but only because you yourself are a furry. Thank you. Snicker. What? Nothing. Is someone messaging you through the game? Who is it? Damn it, Dave. It's Dave's Sprite. He's playing too. Oh. Don't tell him any of our strategies. He's the enemy. We have strategies? Okay, first tell him we have strategies. Then don't tell him them. Oh god, what is it now? Did you know Dave Sprite is a funny guy? Yeah, he's alright, I guess. I give most of his jokes a passing grade, sometimes as high as a solid B+. I just told him you said that. That's fine, he and I keep no secrets. Dave Sprite has to tell you you're basically welcome for being born 14 years ago and 1 year ago. Oh, you ungrateful douche. Oh, like him taking credit for my experience isn't so old by now. Hey Jade, why do you still call him Dave Sprite? Because he is Dave Sprite? I just call him Dave, isn't that easier? I mean, he is Dave after all, right? Well, yeah, but he's kind of different from Dave. Psh, he's not so different. Dude is just a mystical orange Dave with wings, and also says "caw" sometimes. I know, but there are other differences. Like what? It's hard to explain, just some slight differences in personality, I guess. He still raps sometimes. Yes? So? I just thought I would mention that. Okay, I will admit I can't really tell if his rapping style has changed. Trust me, it hasn't. I don't know if the differences are because he is a sprite or because he lived for a while in a different timeline. Well, weren't you a sprite before? How different did you feel then? I wasn't a sprite. My dead dream self was a sprite. But then I kind of merged with her when I became god tier? Alright. So, half of you was a sprite? I guess. It's more like I'm still the me I always was, but inherited some of her memories. But they are pretty vague. Do you remember what it was like being Jade Sprite? I remember being dead for a long time and making friends, mostly trolls. Oh really, which ones? None that we know of now. That I can remember, at least. They feel like such distant memories, like they were barely real. I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed in the dream bubble thing. By the way you were describing it, I really thought we would dream about him on this trip more often. Yeah, me too. Maybe it's something about this place we're traveling through. I don't know. When was the last time you visited one in your sleep? Man, that was weeks ago, I think. Yeah. And then, when I do dream about them, it's just kind of weird. Either I'm alone in my own memory trying to talk into figments of my imagination, or I dream about someone we know, like a troll we've talked to, and I get excited, but then I turn out they don't know who I am. It's like a version of them that died before they even knew us. And it's just kind of awkward. Yep, And I still haven't seen Dave or Rose at all. Have you? Nope. Yeah, I'm starting to think it's not going to happen. I wonder if we're just not sleeping at the same times. I don't think that's it. For one thing, considering where we are, I don't think there's such a thing as the same time for us. Huh, that's true. Do you think the afterlife is just fucking with us, Jade? Maybe. But it's probably more like the way it used to be with the clouds in Skya. They didn't always show you things, but when they did, they were selective about what they would let you see. Like, they would make sure you saw whatever you needed to see to make sure things would go the right way. I always thought I knew so much, but in retrospect, it only gave me a tiny glimpse of the big picture. That is so infuriating. I guess. I never felt that way when all I was doing was looking up at some clouds. I was happy to see whatever was in there. But I guess it's different in a situation like that, when you miss your friends and you kind of wish the dream bubbles would play along. Yeah, oh well, I guess it's only 2 more years. What do you think they'll be like by then? Do you think Carcat will have driven them all insane? Probably. Or maybe they'll all be better friends with each other than they are with us. Well, look at it this way. By the end of the trip, will you be better friends with a bunch of salamanders than you are with Rose and Dave? I don't know, there are some pretty charming salamanders on this trip. That is true. But you know what I mean. Things have a way of changing. Like, have you thought at all about what it's going to be like when you see Dave again? I mean, after the way things are going with you and Dave Sprite. What do you mean the way things are going? Jade, please. What? You're not fooling anyone with your coy shenanigans. What has he been telling you? Nothing. Do you really think he would talk about any of that with me? There are just some obvious conclusions I was going to make about stuff. Well, I guess I don't know what's going on with that. I really don't. Alright, fair enough. What do you think he would think about that? Huh? The other Dave, I mean hypothetically. Aha, so you have thought about it. I'm only wondering because you brought it up. Yes, I did. Then what do you think? I have no idea. We would probably never find out one way or another regardless. Maybe. Well, what about you, John? What about me, even? Remember how you told me how Carcat kept trying to set you up with Rose? Yes? Then you told me this. You told me this on more than one occasion, if I recall. What's your point? Well, I kind of wondered to myself if you've been bringing that up because some level you wanted that to be true. Oh man, Jade, listen, at this point I could not give less of a rat's ass about romancy stuff. I'd rather just play some games and chill out for several years on this magical flying boat. Is that too much to ask? Not at all, that's perfectly fine. When I catch up with our buddies, I'm sure I'll give Rose a nice friendly hug. Aw. Whereas I'll offer Dave a tender bro embrace and shove Carcat down a flight of friendship stairs. Yeah. But that is it. It's all very complicated and bothersome, Jade. What? You know, matters of the heart. Snicker. Okay, you may laugh at my choice of words, but it is true. It's really befuddling and distracting when you're on a major quest to make universes out of frogs. Who even needs it? I guess you have a point. Like, you remember that troll girl who was sort of into me? Mm-hmm. Well, okay, that seemed like a pretty big deal at the time. It really seemed like she liked me, but also she was probably insane? I mean, in a trollish, murderous kind of way. Yikes. But craziness notwithstanding, I didn't really know what to think. I guess I thought she was cool at the time. I was honestly kind of flummoxed about it. But the point is, when all was said and done, that was just some stuff that happened over one day, which was a whole year ago already. I barely even remember what we talked about. By the time we meet up, she probably won't give a shit about me at all. Which, let's face it, is probably for the best. I think we make things more meaningful in our head when they're happening than they really are.
Like, realistically, there were probably a lot of things that went on that day that didn't mean much. Like, remember how you said you thought Carcat was getting his silly angry crush on you? That was just my hunch. Yeah, I mean, do you really think after 3 years he's still going to have the rage hots for you? I sincerely doubt it. At least I hope not. I don't think even he's that crazy. Anyway, my point is, who even cares about all that? Romance and dating are dumb and boring. We're legendary heroes. We have bigger fish to fry. Like, that's... Like that smug guy over there on the horizon. He sure looks pleased with himself. Just look at him. He thinks he is the undisputed king of that mountain or something. That is so outrageous. Follow me so we can seize the high ground against this hideous ocean-dwelling marshmallow man and steal all his treasure. After you. Ahem. Jasper's, holy shit, another cake? But there are still all the other ones we haven't touched. Nana is really faking up a storm. Meow. Grr. Jaspers, what are you doing? Meow, 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 meow. Jaspers, no. It's fine if you want to sing me the birthday song, but for the love of God, don't meow it. You're going to rile her up. Meow, 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 John. Grr. Now, Jade, come on, please settle up. I can't help it. Grr. Damn it. I'm really not mad at him, I swear. Meow, 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 meow. Woof. Oh my God. Woof, 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 woof. Yes. Ah! Hey you, God tier boy. What are you doing there, blue boy? Hey, I'm talking to you. Yes, you, the dork in the pajamas. Okay, the other dork in pajamas. We got a pajama party up in here today. Hi, which troll are you? Which troll am I? I'm the best troll, dummy. Now get away from her, she's mine. I've been hunting her for a whale now. For a whale? What does that mean? It's a fish fun. Saying fish funs is obviously kind of this thing I do. Who's stupid? Get with the program. Alright. I thought it sounded kind of fishy. Ooh, that's a good one. Now beat it. Must be the sea troll. I heard about you. I'm pretty sure we never talked. Have you by any chance seen Vriska around or Carcat? Who the fuck are they? Your troll friends? Weren't no friends of mine if I ever heard of them. Do you see this golden pointy deal here? Yes. I was gonna use it to poke some holes in that girl and see what happens. So Clamscray. Oh no, why would you do that? For the halibut? What? Halibut. Okay, that one wasn't that awesome. I thought I told you to Clamscray. I'm not sure what Clamscray means. You mean go away? Holy mother grub loving mackerel. You are a fucking idiot. Well, if you're not gonna go, maybe you can at least tell me something. What? This is the afterlife, isn't it? Which means I'm dead, right? Yes, well, it's a dream bubble, so yeah, you're probably a ghost. I knew it! Yeah, yes! You're excited to be dead? Excited? Now that you mention it, yes, I'm pretty flippin' excited. Why? Because it means my plan worked. What plan? Why would I tell a hornless dork like you something like that? I don't know, just curious about your spooky ghost plan is all. I'm curious why a couple of freaks like you were sent to welcome me to hell. What are you, demons or something? Pretty lame demons if you ask me. Way too friendly or stupid. No, we're humans. By which I mean aliens, I guess. So like you're dead aliens, huh? Whoever heard of an alien ghost? I know, right? That's what I think sometimes. It's like a strange combination of sci-fi things. Like, alien stuff is all about science, right? At least it is in the movies. Aliens love science. But then ghosts have nothing to do with science. They belong to the supernatural realms, which have more to do with religion, I guess? Or maybe a lot of hocus pocus and superstition. Maybe even magic. Science rarely enters the equation. Unless it's something awesome like Ghostbusters, which makes ghosts and stuff all about science. Even though the ghost science is obviously a bunch of total nonsense. I guess Contact mixes aliens and ghosts because Jodie Foster saw her ghost dad in outer space, but then that was probably just a science projection from an alien to make her feel less sad about her dead dad and not a real ghost or anything. I guess the lesson is that science and aliens teach us that ghosts and religion are fake, although it turns out ghosts and aliens are actually real, so maybe science and religion have been lying to us all along? Oh, nerd. Yeah, sorry. So the girl, she's like your maestrit or whatever? What? No, I don't even know her. I kind of thought you knew who she was. Don't know who she is, but I know what she is. She's done. Huh? Ever do any bacon, nerd? Yeah, a little. Then you know exactly what you do with something that's done. You stick a fork in it. See? No. Better think fast, suckerfish. Snoozing mystery girl, look out. Oh, is that John? Yeah, I think it is. What the hell's going on? Oh shit, John, watch out. Oh fuck, looks like he's still an idiot. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Man, fuck this. It's a real pain in the ass typing out long victorious laughs with only one hand, you know? Gonna have to patch this thing up somehow, maybe pay a visit to my neighbor a little later. Getting my arm fixed nearly ought to be worth enduring this stench. Ah yeah, stick burn from out of nowhere. Take that. That's a hack. Aha, neighbor. Can't believe I only thought of that now. I bet he'll get a kick out of that. I bet even more he won't laugh, though. What a boring piece of shit. I know you would think it's funny, though, right, Terezi? Yeah, I'm glad this little feud of ours is basically over. We're totally even. Now we can go back to being friends, and things will be great. Haha, you won't believe this, but it only occurred to me now that you won't even be able to read this. Even if you somehow manage to stumble back to your hive, you're blind now. Whoops. It'd be a real shame if we couldn't bury the hatchet and be great friends again because of stupid bullshit reason like that. Oh, I know. Maybe I'll mindjack some random chump on and send him to your hive so he can read my messages to you out loud. What a perfect solution. He can be your assisted living slave. I would have had the perfect candidate all lined up, but he recently lost the use of his legs, unfortunately. Oh well, I'll just roll with the punches like I always do and find someone else. Just say the word and I'll make him do whatever you want. Read my awesome notes to you, hang some more plush dragons from your tree, pre-chew your food. Well, maybe not pre-chew it since I didn't exactly knock your teeth out, did I? Maybe more like pre-look at your food to make sure there aren't bugs in it. See, isn't it great when we're helping each other out instead of maiming each other repeatedly? This is how it should be between Scorched Sisters. All the maimings and backstabbings should be saved for the friends and foes who get in our way, don't you think? Hey, what do you want to do for our next campaign, Beach Dove? We can take the next one easy. I'll try to think of something better suited to match your new disability. I mean, I've already pretty much nixed everything involving stairs because of Tavros, though. Ain't no one can say I'm not willing to meet people halfway. Ooh, I'm losing a lot of blood here. Good thing I seem to have a ton of the stuff. We high bloods are made of some pretty tough shit. What a fucking mess, though. Not really looking forward to cleaning this up. I've got to say, your prank was pretty good. Still not sure how you pulled it off. Pretty inconvenient, though. It's too bad you're not going to get to read this for a while, if ever. We could be bonding over the great pranks we just pulled on each other. Oh well, guess I'll take off before I drop dead like some kind of loser. And you never get to hear from me again. See you around, sis. Wow, I can't believe I almost forgot what a completely crazy bitch you were. Hey now, what kind of attitude is that to bring into this memory? Oh yeah, sorry. He's there. No need to waste good remorse on such a trivial exchange. I'm only reminding you that if you bring too much baggage from the past into this memory, it's doubtful your experience will be either therapeutic or cathartic. What? You were the one who invoked this memory after all. Isn't that why you're here? Is it not what you've been hoping for and fretting you may find since your journey began? A chance to say you're sorry? Vriska, you sound really different. What happened to you out here? Sorry for the ruse. Though it isn't as far from the truth as it possibly could be. I'm not who you think I am. I, of course, needed to visit you through a memory, and interestingly, this is the one you gave me. No ill will or upsetting hijinks were intended. Who are you? Aurania. Okay, and I am in fact your friend's ancestor. In fact, I'm yours too, in a way. Really? Yes, though not quite how you're picturing. She had an ancestor whom she was aware of, and technically that is who I am. That is to say, she is who I would have become on your world had I arrived in her place. Alas, I did not. She was a figure in your history who preceded you by thousands of solar sweeps, whereas I preceded your civilization by billions. I don't get it. That's okay, there's plenty of time to sort it all out. I've been keeping an eye on you all for quite a while. Your whole planet, actually. It was very interesting this time around, to say the least. It even had a different name, Alternia. How heavy-handed can you get? The man responsible for that was a bit of a wise guy. He rewrote everything. He had a knack for overzealous storytelling, which is a harmless enough habit usually. I'm guilty of it myself sometimes. But it is not so harmless when the perpetrator is omniscient and omnipotent. Omniscient? You mean Mr. Milkshake? That's right, but he's dead now and his story is over. The book on our universe is closed, both for my instance and yours. This being the case, I thought it was the right time to introduce myself. The combined work of my group and yours is finished, and the outcome has not been assured. The true ultimate reward has yet to be achieved. No safe haven has been created that is free from the devastation caused by Mr. Milkshake's grand deception. Our race still teeters on extinction. The members of your party and one noteworthy fugitive are the sole survivors. We must work together to create that haven and restore our race, so that the sacrifices we all made will not be in vain. But in order to repair the unthinkable damage that has been done, we need to allow ourselves a chance to heal first. Old wounds, old regrets. They'll serve no purpose on the rest of your journey. Regrets? Are you talking about me and Vriska? Sure, you have to start somewhere. Do you know where she is? Not at the moment. But the more time you spend here, the more likely it is you'll find whomever you're looking for. On the other hand, if it is the unknowable hill of the gods, you may dance around each other indefinitely as you pass through space. It is hard to say. Oh, okay then. I'm not sure whether to be relieved or frustrated by that. Well, if she had been dwelling in this level like you thought, what would you want to say to her? Surely you would not have just argued about the past. No, I still don't know what I would say to her. Then what would you say to me? I would say... Even though she did some bad things and was totally impossible most of the time, I wish she wasn't dead. Is it weird to miss someone who did nothing but cause problems? No, I can empathize. She was a serious troublemaker in your party. Many player groups had to deal with those. I feel as though we had one of the worst cases on our party, but when all was said and done, she was still our friend. I keep wondering if there was another way. Hey, something other than letting her go or killing her. I try to remember what I saw when I looked into the vortices of possibility, and I just can't remember anything besides those options. Even if those other choices would have resulted in death for everyone. Was that really all I was capable of, either losing the nerve to go through with it, or stabbing her in the back and nothing else? At the moment, perhaps. You know very well the channels of possibility and the exact juncture resulted from her decision and paths, as well as yours. But even so, when it comes to your key decisions, the possibilities are probably fewer and more discrete than you've presumed. Otherwise, you would not see results consolidated into those vortices, would you? Possibility would resemble an enormous hazy field of infinitely subtle variations and micro-choices. Imagine if at that moment you truly were capable of anything, no matter how outlandish, absurd, or patently fruitless. How would this vast amount of information present itself to you through your senses? What difference would it make to your final decision if all other tributaries of whim spilled into the same decaying future? And what would this make your agency as a hero meant to learn and grow? Look at it this way. Imagine that over the course of someone's life, they're truly capable of every conceivable action at every moment, and did indeed take each of those actions into different branching realities. Doesn't a scenario like that deaden a person's agency just as much as one, where their fate is decidedly etched into stone as a single path unavoidable by decisions? Who exactly is that person who can and does take all conceivable actions, other than someone perfectly generic who only appears to have unique predilections and motives when you examine the arbitrary path they happen to occupy? I don't know. Pardon the esoteric tangent. These are my instincts as a hero of light kicking in. It's hard for us to resist prattling on about matters like this. How godlike Rose. Yeah, she never shuts up about it, no offense. You may seek to understand your decisions and look for justice in their consequences. You may wonder why honorable choices from the innocent are punished by banishment to a timeline in which everyone dies and all is gradually dissolved. If it helps you understand your role, not just as a hero who must overcome, but as a single capillary within a much larger bio-existential system. Think of it like a circulatory system, where the veins and capillaries that do not help the overall flow of blood through the system are likely to wither and die. Those are doomed offshoots. Reality itself is using you and many others to propagate its own existence. Strictly speaking, there's only one path to the successful propagation, but it still permits you to make choices. Not all that are conceivable, but some nevertheless, as dictated by who you are and the challenges you face. And you're free to make key decisions however you like, as long as you understand that some of these paths, unfairly or not, will lead to oblivion, because those choices do not contribute constructively to the perpetration of all existence, including your own. Such is the burden assumed by anyone who plays this game. Yeah, I guess I understood some of that, but never quite put it all together that way. I don't think I was a great seer of mind. Well, you aren't finished being one, are you? I don't think of myself that way anymore. I used to feel like some pretty hot shit, just directing battle traffic against the king, and all flipping coins in people's faces and stuff. It seems silly now. I don't think I ever knew what I was doing. When I confronted her and it was time to make up my mind, I thought I had it all figured out, like this was what I had to do. Not just to save everybody, but as some stupid rite of passage or something. Then it came time to do it, and it was all happening so fast, and I forced my own hand. I could either let everyone die in one reality or kill one friend in another. And I tell myself those were the only two vortices I saw, but then I was the one who made the series of decisions which led up to that choice and completely painted the other options into the corner. Anyway, I just wish I could tell her that. Which one would you tell it to? Huh? The one who fought with Nor or the one who didn't? Oh, I mean, I guess either. But I was thinking more about the one whose death I'm actually responsible for. Ah. Well, this could either be my experience as an ancient ghost talking, or the perspective I'm naturally given to as a light player. But aren't you equally responsible for both? I guess. I can see why you would feel more responsibility for one than the other. My perspective is informed by my class and aspect. It was to my advantage as a healer to see things differently, to find equanimity across many different outcomes. Oh? There's more to the realization of our roles than gaining flashy powers, and there's more to healing than repairing battle damage. You killed a friend and you understandably feel regret, but it's done, she's gone, and you're still here. Now what? You could look for absolution through rationalization. Everyone would have died if you didn't take the action, so why trouble yourself with guilty emotion? But there's no real healing power in believing that, and I don't think that is what you wanted to tell yourself anyway, is it? Not really. Or what about how through renunciation of responsibility? If you were just a tool used by reality to perpetrate itself, where's the blame? But that would be another empty idea that has no power to heal. Yeah, I've tried rationalizing stuff that way. It doesn't really help. You've been led to believe such acts of violence are natural for your kind, and that if you're upset by the consequences, then something's wrong with you. But it isn't as natural as you might think. That conditioning was part of Milkshake's long con. Violence was respected and celebrated on your world, but remorse was rarely felt, and pain could never heal due to such empty justifications. We died out as a wounded race, and you're all that's left. The process of healing first involves sifting through what it isn't, which happens to be almost everything her troubled mind has to offer. Then what do I do? What's the answer? There isn't one. It takes time, and it is only accelerated by looking at things honestly. This is what I did as Sylph of Light. Helped people see things. I could even perform the feat literally, if you wanted. Well, what? It's up to you, of course. Thanks for asking, but I'd rather just stay this way. Learning to sense things this way was the only connection I ever had with my Lucis before she died. It reminds me of her. That probably sounds dumb, though. Not at all, that's a very good reason. I thought the polite thing to do was at least offer. It's cool that you want to help heal me and all, but I still don't really know anything about you, other than you seem like some sort of a much nicer Vriska. Where were you from again? Alternia before Vanilla Milkshake named it that? Yes, but in a different universe. Instance, I often refer to it as A1. The shorthand helps avoid confusion, trust me. My group of 12 played the game, but failed. It overwhelmed us, a lot went wrong. The Reckoning destroyed our battlefield well before we had any hope of winning. I sought advice from Echidna, and she told me how to scratch the session and give us another chance. But the choice to do so came with accepting the annihilation of our existing forms. In the new instance, we would lead completely different lives with no memory of what happened. So we did, and created A2. Your instance, your world, and your game, in which we were all inexplicably created in the first place. As I said, this time around the world was interesting. That's when trolls became terrible? Not all of you. Some had lessons from the old world to teach others, but few ever heard them. So in your time everyone was as nice as you? Not exactly, but life was pretty mild and uneventful. I'm not even sure if I was especially nice by your standards. Mostly kind of boring. Nobody from my party liked me a whole lot.
I think I talked too much and had a habit of bringing conversations back around to myself. Not that it matters anymore, but it was not the best way to make friends. You really are like a nice Friska. I don't know, I was friends with her and she did almost nothing but talk about herself. I'm pretty sure you and I would have been good friends too. Thanks. It goes to show just because your race is peaceful doesn't mean you don't have problems. I used to fantasize about being someone really outgoing and dramatic. Someone who had the confidence to do whatever she wanted. Like go on the most outrageous adventures without caring about something. Without caring what anyone thought about her. Like someone from a book, you know? Yes, I used to think about that a lot too. It turned out I actually got what I wanted after the reset. Unfortunately, it came along with our people's enslavement and near extinction. Not that I really got to live as her. Exactly, but at least I got a chance to follow her life. And it was a very long life. Being here for ages has its benefits. Exactly how long have you all been living in dream bubbles? I mean, not living. It's been a very long time. So long time has been stripped of the meaning it ever really had in the first place. It doesn't really pass in the same way it does when you're alive. Concepts like now and how long are figures of speech used to make communications simpler. I've quit trying to give expression to the elusive temporal properties of this place. It's easier staying conversational, but I will say that being here for so long lends itself to certain detachment from what you see. Otherwise, monitoring the atrocities stemming from our failure wouldn't be so much fun. Do you miss your world as much as I do? Yes, sometimes, but missing it usually invites memories of home to serve the stage. Not that it's a substitute for the previous reality, but the reminders of home are everywhere. What about your friends? I guess you still get to hang out with them all? Yes, I see them often enough. Except for one who I haven't seen at all since before we all died. In fact, she's the only reason we're here in the first place, as opposed to merely ceasing to exist upon the scratch. In life, she was the only one I would have called a close friend in a way. The thing is, nobody liked her much either. We had that in common. Wow, it's been that long since you saw her? Remember how I said the gods could keep you dancing around someone you're looking for indefinitely? Yeah, but billions of sweeps? Well, billions, yes, in a manner of speaking. Is she by any chance the troublemaker you were talking about? That's right. In fact, we're on our way to visit her right now. Oh, so that's where this branch is taking us? Notice the moon up there? And not the larger green interloper. That one never belonged to my world. It is your memory, not mine. Yeah, the cute little bubblegum moons. That's where she is? It's the setting of the memory she entered. From her perspective, she has just arrived here. Your friends should be joining us too, before your meteor clears the bubble. Maybe together we can bring the Thief of Life up to speed. Oh shit. How can he be here already? Why did I not see this coming? The dude is always already here. When it comes to being here, already is practically all he ever is. Okay, time to stop babbling and think. Think, imagination. Ah, the one time I really need you. Oh no, Slick. Slick, he's come here to finish you off. We have to hide you somewhere. Now that Rufio's gone, you're my only friend. Oh, you're good company too. Humanimal Butler, It may or may not be Arthur, but I didn't mean nothing by it. What's that, Slick? Oh yeah, Miss Paint too, of course. That's a little different. Hey, what do you mean, so what's her story? Is she available? No, she's not available. And just what do you mean by that? No, she will not be available soon either. Hey, get back in bed. I'm trying to save your ass here. Go ahead, stab all you want. Like, your stupid curmudgeonly shakings aren't totally played out already. Shh. Oh my god, the footsteps. That horrible peg leg on my hardwood floors. He's coming. There's no time to lose. We have to get you out of here. Yep. Now, if only I can go grab Miss Paint and sneak out the back door before it's 2. Are you kidding me? He's already here again? Talk about one-trick pony. Fine. We'd settle this now. What's that, English? You look nervous. Could it be that you weren't expecting me to know your only vulnerability? You've underestimated my omniscience almost as badly as I overestimated it as a matter of daily routine. Your reign of terror comes to an end here on this balcony overlooking an enchanted cliffscape host to innumerable gorgeous stallions. How ironic that your very demise would be in the proximity of some horses. What? You don't follow that? Just think it over. Think it over. While you die. Shit. Oh, shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. I forgot. What kind of fucking idiot keeps his oodly white magnum loaded with only one cue ball? God damn you, Scratch. Bonk. Okay, that gun looks super doodly, way doodlier than the one I just threw at you. And I am probably screwed, but there's one thing you probably weren't counting on. And that being that magic is real. Oh god, I hope magic is real. Please let magic be real, please let magic be real, please let magic be real. I believe that magic is real right now. I believe so hard in its reality that it is becoming slightly less fake before our very eyes. I believe its fakeness was a lie coughed up from a dark magician's spurious asshole. I believe in fairies, I believe dragons aren't bullshit, I believe heartily in the giggles of all the cherubs in heaven, and the magic trick tons of special stardust they consume each day to fuel their laughter. I believe with the conviction of a million frothing zealots, in the combined pranks of a billion leprechauns strong, and in the tiny erections they get from playing them, but most of all, I believe in you, Rufio, I believe in you! Oh, who the fuck am I kidding? Magic is fake as shit. I failed you, Rufio. I failed you. Dead. Will you marry me?
Cool. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna end there. Thanks for watching. Happy Christmas, dipshit.